I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Thursday, March 26, 2026. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes, but if you would like to get on the list for today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes, so make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we're doing today is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So we wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway as well. Prior to beginning today's daily collective read, I am going to be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. If you would like to find those full readings, you can find them over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find them over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find them as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. But before we get started today, first and foremost, most important question: how are we doing right now? Scale of 1 to 10. There are no wrong answers. The energy right now, I want to describe a little bit about what we're experiencing in terms of the energy, because it's a little bit odd. And the reason I wanted to explain this is we have to look back on the fact that we've got a tremendous amount of planets that are currently in Aries, right? But this is the thing I need to point out. Where is Mars right now, right? You got all the planets. Like, look at the scenario where you've got like all the planets in Aries, and where's Mars? Mars is over in Pisces, right? So it can often talk, like, a lot of the energy that we're effectively seeing right now is working through the incongruity of our emotions, right? And it's a conversation that actually occurs, because when we're not tending to our emotions, we find emotions in weird places. Okay, like, it's the best way I can describe it. Right? It's like that's what effectively the energy is like. When we don't tend to our emotions, we find emotions in weird places, being like, oh, what's that emotion doing there? Right? So a lot of that work that we're potentially seeing, I would not be surprised right now if you feel like you're having a lot of these, not just, and I need to point this out, not just burst energy, because the thing about it, I always like to describe Aries energy is the energy that is effectively just like the best way to describe Aries energy is in the modality of it being kind of like bursts, and the fact that we've got a lot of planets in Aries right now. So it wouldn't be surprised if you feel like you get these little like bursts of energy, and then the modality. But the thing about it now that is important to notate is the space by which we recognize that the work that we see, and especially with the fact that we've got Mars in Pisces, it's almost like the bursts of energy that happen, but it's the emotions that you're potentially surprised to find within the self, right? It's the emotions that effectively often long for or require energetic tending. And I want to describe it as this could be a time that like allows for a lot of like emotionality or deep feeling. The ability to kind of be able to heal something in a big way is energetically apparent right now. We're also seeing this given the fact that we've got Jupiter in Cancer. But I also want to stress this, because if this energy was already feeling somewhat vulnerable, right, before the moon moved into Cancer right now, then it's going to potentially feel even more so, is the best way that I can describe it. And a lot of that work that we're effectively seeing is because, and I need to stress this, right? I need to stress it's due to the fact that we already see that Jupiter is in Cancer, right? So it's like if you're already working into the space of feeling energetically vulnerable, it may create the space by which you feel even more so. So this is really important, because I feel like the ability to effectively articulate or communicate upon how one is feeling is going to be very helpful right now. Not allowing, right? Not allowing the emotions to deter the conversation. And you know what I mean when I say that, right? Because, and I want to describe this, you know, the hard thing about it, and I want to kind of explain something that we often see with energy like this, is sometimes heavy emotions make us energetically lethargic. And what do I mean by that? Because when we feel an enormity of emotions, it can sometimes feel the space by which it slows us down, right? You potentially have noticed this quality or characteristic where a profound amount of emotions often create the space by which we identify or recognize lethargy. But this is why we work, right? This is why we work to get strong within our emotions, right? Because when we feel a lot of them, right? So when we're working through the energetic lethargy that we feel, and then we're able to find that force of strength, what do we effectively identify? We create the feat of strength as it relates to being able to lift our own emotions. It's not easy, but this is why it's so energetically important to be able to do the work and being able to identify and recognize the emotions that we energetically carry. Because, right, and this is a continuation of the conversation, and why we're specifically talking about the fact that this energy right now is very healing, particularly as it relates to the misperception of the placement of Aries, right? Because there's nothing strong in energetically avoiding things, right? There's nothing strong in energetically avoiding things, but there's that inclination, right, in relationality to how we feel that often creates emotional separation. So the modality by which we understand and recognize the inclination when we're feeling a heavy volume of emotions to desire to energetically separate from them, but instead in the modality by which we work to persevere, we're able to effectively overcome our energetic fear, or to effectively allow the conscientious point of stepping out of our comfort zone to help us find a deeper sense of comfort. And I say all of that, okay? I say all of that in a way to summarize a lot of the energy that we're currently feeling right now, because I know it's potentially feeling complicated. I know it's potentially feeling frustrated. Again, and I want to kind of articulate this, all right? Frustration becomes the force of endeavor when we're able to put action upon what we're energetically frustrated about. So I want you to kind of think about that as you're navigating through circumstances and situations right now, because, and I need to kind of describe this, there is this inherent sense of volatility that we potentially see in energy, such as the energy that we're currently facing now. But it's that same sense of working through the volatility that allows us to be able to find deeper, like able to effectively identify new reserves of strength within the self. And I say all of this to talk towards the energy that we see that's moving into relationship right now. And I'm going to articulate upon the three different spaces that we see that energy may find itself within. Now, for the purposes of our read, we always start with the energy that is in solitude. So specifically, we're talking about the relationships that are either those who are in solitude right now or working into partnership between the time of the present and this most recent relationship cycle I see effectively began at the time that we experienced that new moon in Capricorn energy. And the new moon in Capricorn energy was effectively at about January, I want to say like January 18th, January 18th of this year, of this recent year. So what have we effectively been seeing? A lot of the work that we see that's happening right now in partnership or working into the healing of the self is based upon the World card, right? And what do we effectively see with a lot of that work that we identify with the World card? It's working through, right, the observation of our own sense of frustration, right? It's the ability to see the possibility of energetic expansion of the self. And the thing about that is the work that we effectively identify, and it's a kind of, and I want to kind of describe this, and this is why we talk about the understanding that recognizing one's vulnerability becomes the strength, because when one understands what one is not good at, it effectively becomes one's strong suit, right? Because it allows you to be able to focus upon something and put more energetic effort towards it, right? And so it requires, right? It requires that work in being able to articulate upon the vulnerability. But it's the observation of the vulnerability that we're able to express that allows new possibilities to occur. So we see that this is potentially happening right now for a lot of the energy that is either doing that work in solitude or building into new energetic relationships. Now, the hard part with some of that work that we're potentially seeing and experiencing right now is building into the observation of working through a lot of past trauma, right? And I need to describe this right now, because a lot of this energy that we're currently experiencing, and you can see it in yesterday's reading. And if you wanted to see yesterday's photo of the spread, you can just need to head over to the stack and it's there. But it's like, and I want to show you this because I'm just going to show you what it must feel like, either working on this into the space of the self or building into relationship, right? This right here, this is hard part first, right? This is hard part first type of energy. This is like the modality by which we understand you have to feel it to heal it. And what's beautiful about this for a lot of those relationships that are potentially coming together right now is it's the observation of the energy that is putting that force of effort towards things, right? The observation of the identification of the work that they're applying to situations and circumstances. Again, building into the context of what it is that they are vulnerable or healing from. So this is either, and I want to describe this because we've been seeing this too, there's some energy in solitude that may be noticing the tendency of wanting to build, right? Wanting to build sentiment upon situations that have energetically hurt the self. Because I see that for a lot of the energy right now, understanding, right, the quality and condition as to why sentiment attaches itself to trauma, right? The understanding that the sentiment that we add to trauma is effectively the work of a mind that is trying to energetically protect us from something that hurt the self. We see that for a lot of the energy, even as they're experiencing the fact that they're healing and they're finding sentiment there that hasn't been there before, they're recognizing that that is part of the process of healing, right? The modality by which one often builds sentiment towards the things that have energetically traumatized us, which is the sign of a brain that's effectively working normally, because that is the brain that's showing that grand act of love in relationality of trying to energetically protect the self in order to effectively move towards healthy relationship. So we either see that that is the energy that is able to observe that quality and characteristic, and at the same time we see that there are new relationships that are potentially coming together right now. And even in the space by which those relationships are coming together, right? That observation or the identification of the work that is effectively occurring there. This is the energy that's basically able to see and identify the quality and characteristic of working through, right? They're working through the observation of the sentiment that they feel is being created, even as they're healing from something, but they're articulating it in the context of the new relationships that are forming. So we see that there's a lot of profound healing that's happening right now, but the healing itself is very profound because it's the healing that effectively is articulating upon, right? It's energy I want to kind of describe this for those who may have been experiencing it. It's effectively energy that is working into relationship while simultaneously articulating to one another the tendency of the self to try to sentimentalize upon past trauma. So it's the energy that is effectively able to articulate that to one another, even as they are energetically coming together. So they're talking about the complicated nature of healing. Now, this brings us to the energy that is moving deeper into divine union. And those are specifically the relationships that were coming together between the time of the Capricorn new moon, which we experienced around January 18th of this year, up until the time of September 6th, which was when Uranus first stationed retrograde. Now, what we're effectively seeing in a lot of those relationships is a profound amount of healing that's potentially arising as it relates to the observation of what was energetically missing in past partnership. And why are we effectively identifying that right now? Because for a lot of those relationships, that observation of potentially, I need to describe this, something about those moon relationships is they never, right? I see this energy that effectively abandoned the possibility of moving into partnership long ago, right? This is the energy that potentially looked at something from the past and was like, that's not something that's possible, because it was the recognition point of what their purpose is, right? And often feeling, working through the trauma of past relationships that gave them the false illusion that their purpose energetically broke things. And why do we see that that is effectively happening there? Because for a lot of those relationships, working through those experiences, they're finally in a relationship by which the energy itself, like the relationship, is one that can encompass all of the energetic facets of an individual, right? They're finally in a relationship with a partner that's not treating their purpose like third party. And there's a lot of understanding that is potentially arriving to them in that perception point. And a lot of that perception has to do with the observation of what was energetically missing via the understanding of the centrifugal force of purpose, which is often the understanding that when we have purpose, right, the same force that potentially draws one towards it can also repel someone away from it if we're not meeting it with the same sense of purpose. And this is why we often talk about the importance of being able to find purpose outside of relationship to heal healthy partnership, because it allows the self to be able to hold the energetic steadiness that is important in order to stabilize relationship. So we see that for a lot of the energy potentially working through that, it's a deeply profound healing time, but there may be a lot of feelings that are coming up. Simultaneously, we see that for the energy that is deep within divine union, and this is specifically speaking towards the relationships that we're building upon the temperance messages that we see in the temperance card in the tarot. These were relationships that were coming together between September 6th, so when we first saw Uranus stationing retrograde, up until the solstice period that we experienced this summer. That observation, and I want to describe this right now, the hardest space to effectively be right now, I'm going to identify as the energy that is deep within divine union. And the reason I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy right now, deep within divine union, the reason that there's so much of that frustration there or working through something in such a way is I keep on seeing that it's building into refinement and alignment, right? It's building into refinement and alignment. And even in the context by which one builds into refinement and alignment is the ability to effectively articulate upon things. And I keep on seeing, like, this is the beauty, right? This is the beauty of energetic partnership, because it's the modality or the experience by which we are able to effectively articulate upon, right? It's the work that we do to effectively I keep wondering, the work that we do in terms of building into specificity, right? The specific nature by which we help each other, that is so energetically important, because the modality by which we energetically specify is the space by which we ourselves refine relationship. So we see that for a lot of those relationships, working deeply in those experiences, I wouldn't be surprised if there's work that's being done in terms of situations and circumstances by which they're fine-tuning their energetic specificity, because I keep on seeing the ability to effectively fine-tune our specificity is how we ourselves are able to energetically perfect finesse, right? It's the space by which we energetically get better at things, by building into the space of being able to be precisely able to pinpoint what it is that we mean or how we intend to do something. So we see that for a lot of that energy, right, the modality by which they experience and recognize that is the energetic power of the partnership, specifically because it's the observation. We're basically seeing a lot of that energy that is getting better at perfecting communication, even as they're moving through a period of energetic expansion. Now, that is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. But if you'd like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Stack. I would encourage you also to head over to my Stack to learn more about our next tarot class, which is going to be held on Thursday, April 16th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the court cards in the wand suit. If you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my Stack and become a paid subscriber. Your monthly subscription will give you access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update if you're just joining us for the first time on everything we've studied prior to beginning in each class. But if you wanted to catch up, it's a great time to join because, as I mentioned, you'll have that 9 hours worth of material to be able to study up for. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive, as well as receiving the opportunity of, if you choose to have it, a one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I try to do in those classes is make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule and our Mystic Meditation articles, which will give you updates on everything we've been seeing energetically in the cards on a bi-monthly basis based on the lunation cycles. I just wrote one recently on this new moon that we experienced. I'll be writing one shortly on the full moon that we've got coming up in on April 1st, which is like it's gonna be intense. But I like it. It's a good intensity. You know, it's a Libra full moon and Aries season, which is often working through and recognizing energetic balance. And as I mentioned, you can find all of that over on the Stack. Now, I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students that are seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also for my students seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I am also very happy to offer dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. But let me know in the comments how this energy is impacting you personally. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes, but if you'd like to get on the list for a reading today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes, so make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we're doing today is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So make sure, again, sending you a lot of support on that one as well. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Hi there, Siobhan. Excellent. And thank you for those heart me's. Grand Rising, Nicole. You're doing just fine as an Aries baby. Good to hear it, Absolutely. And thank you, Stella, for the baby dragon. And you're the first person on the list today. If anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the second person read for. Yeah, it's lately. I've been feeling a release of tough emotions. You know what? And again, it's going to come up a lot right now. Right? I told you, you're probably going to be feeling bursts of them. They're potentially going to feel like they're coming out of nowhere, right? And just allowing yourself to energetically process them as you continue to move forward. Absolutely. Thank you as well, Jess. Hi there, Stella. Hey there, Quinn. Right, sending it right back to you, dear. Absolutely. And Mel, thank you for the follow. Amatria, I'm afraid I do not understand the language you're posting the comments in. So if there's any way that you can if there's any way that you can put a translation service through, that would be helpful to be able to facilitate communication, but thank you. Grand Rising, Minnie, good to see you today. And thank you as well, Richard, for the follow. Welcome, Kristen. And Minnie, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Do you mean flat or slate? I need you to be more clear in terms of, what you mean in terms of that, Joss. I'm not sure. I need you to be a little bit more specific so I make sure I'm understanding the question. And Betty, thank you for sharing the live. Welcome, Bridget. Good to see you today. Absolutely. And thank you for sharing the live, Bridget. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Excellent. And thank you for those heart me's, Viva. Better twice, exactly. And Casey, thank you for the follow as well. Jana, thank you for joining us. Good to see you today, dear. How are you doing? How are you doing? Absolutely. Excellent. In her last stack link. And Ronan, thank you for getting on the list. You will be the second person read for today. If anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the third person read for. Excellent. And just bear with me a moment. Yeah, I'm just trying to understand what you wrote, Viva. I really should just join already. I mean, it's there anytime you'd like to. It's just available, you know? Yeah, you haven't caught up on last week's class yet? No, it's still there. Absolutely. And again, if you weren't able to be in the class in person and you have any questions, just go ahead and let me know. You can ask me over on the stack, or you can ask me directly in the disco and I'll be happy to answer them for you. Excellent. Welcome. And thank you, Jenna, for those heart me's. Guys, please remember, if you are a super fan and would like to have an animal spirit guide card on top of your 1-card reading, please make sure that you are also making sure to recharge your heart me's if you're joining us over on the place where we keep over on the clock app, so that way you'll be eligible for that as well. Your cat often yawns when you talk to her. That's actually amazing, Purr. I love the personality of your cat. They're like, oh. Absolutely. Excellent. So as I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for today, you will be the 3rd person read for. As I mentioned, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes, so make sure you're tapping that screen, and we will get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we're doing today is going to be a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. Currently, the person in the lead for that as well is, just bear with me a moment, Jas. That is you right now. So thank you so much. Wishing you guys a lot of luck, and thank you for those who've already sent gifts thus far. Oh, you're right, Bridget. You know what? And again, I have to stress this. I deeply appreciate you reminding me. So I'm going to read the list right now to confirm the list at the current moment. So the list we have, and Bridget, actually, I also want to point out, thank you for reminding me, you have first priority if you would like to be read for before we start the daily collective. So you just let me know and we'll go from there. So the list that we have right now is Bridget, Stella, and Ronan. If anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the 4th person read for. It's a great time to get on the list. I will also point out, if you are on the hold list, much like Bridget was, and would like to be added back to the list today, I just need you to give me the date that you are added to the hold list, and I'll be happy to add you back as well. You want to wait until after the collective? That's no problem. That said, we are going to get started on, and thank you for, I deeply appreciate you reminding me. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. Before we get started, though, also a reminder to anyone who's joining us across the other apps, if you would also like to get on the list today, all you need to do is head over to my tree that has Binks in it in my Lio, and you can send the donation there, and you can also be added to the list as well. Before we begin today, we are going, and also for those who are members over on the place where we keep the videos, the 4 cards for 23 apply to you as well right now if you are a paid member there. That said, before we get started, we are going to warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the boar. Thank you, guys. We'll do that again after the next reading. And if you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure everyone who'd like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. I also want to remind you guys as well. Where'd my book go? Where'd my book go? Excellent. We are also doing, for anyone who goes ahead and heads over to the place where we keep the photos and gives me a follow there, I will also be giving you an affirmation from a guide for the advanced soul. And if you are already following me over on the place where we keep the photos, what you can also do in lieu of not being able to follow me again is if you go into the live feed and share the live with at least 3 individuals, I will also be happy to give you an affirmation from that as well. Excellent. And thank you, Bridget, so much for sharing the live. I deeply appreciate you. Nicole, so good to see you today, and thank you for those hashtags. Viva, thank you for sharing the live. Hey there, Ronan, good to see you. That's your animal, amazing. Excellent, and thank you as well. Boku, thank you for that as well. Oh, Ness, thank you for the compliment. Welcome in. All right, as I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started on today's Daily Collective. If you guys could do me a favor and share the live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anyone would like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Thursday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your masculine, feminine, and non-binary energy update for today, Thursday, March 26, 2026. We are going to get started right now with the masculine, feminine, and non-binary energy update. We're starting right now with the headspace of the masculine. We are going to be utilizing the Smith-Waite Centennial deck for the headspace of masculine right now. Can I please get 3 cards, please? Thank you. 3 cards. We've got the Page of Swords in its reversal. We've got the 10 of Swords in its upright, as well as the Hanged Man in its upright. So let's talk a little bit about what we're seeing right now. And before we can talk about what we're seeing, we need to talk a little bit about what this energy effectively feels like. Now, we also were recognizing and identifying that we were already experiencing a lot of energetic vulnerability, specifically given the fact that we saw that we've got Jupiter in Cancer right now. And I just want to kind of point this out. It's not the fact, I just need to stress this. This is just to give you your daily reminder that things in retrograde, just because something's in retrograde, doesn't mean it's energetically detrimental. You have to weigh the significance of a retrograde in relationality to all of the energy that is effectively surrounding it. Now, in this way, we actually see that Jupiter in retrograde in Cancer was actually easier to energetically navigate, because you have to understand that Jupiter in Cancer is working into the context of vulnerability. It's working through the vulnerable part. Now, when we have, right, when you have Jupiter in Cancer in retrograde, it actually softens, right? It energetically softens the feeling of Jupiter in retrograde in Cancer, right? And I want to describe this. If you felt an energetic shift, right? If you felt an energetic shift recently, I would guarantee, especially as it relates to the realm of your sensitivity, I would probably be able to articulate that we could probably pinpoint it to the exact time that Jupiter came out of retrograde in Cancer. Because the funny thing about it is, I just kind of want to describe this. Jupiter coming out of retrograde in Cancer almost feels like a retrograde energy, if that makes sense, because it makes us feel less than ideal. It makes us feel like all of the detritus, like all of our foibles, all of our little, like all those little things, right, that often make us feel like squeamish about ourselves. It can feel like a lot of that is potentially coming up to the surface. And this is just your daily reminder for me to tell you that that is effectively, right, that's a result of what we can anticipate when Jupiter is hanging out in Cancer and it's not in retrograde. And also to add to it right now, so when I want you to understand this, we already have a lot of that energetic sensitivity that is potentially occurring there. So it's the feeling of being energetically extra sensitive. It's like raw nerve energy, okay? Jupiter in Cancer is like raw nerve energy. And then you've got a bunch, right? You've got a bunch of energy. What do you have that's now happening? You've got a bunch of planets, right? You got a bunch of planets in Aries, right? You got a bunch of those planets in Aries, and you've got the raw nerve. You've got the raw nerve of effectively Jupiter in Cancer. And what does it effectively feel like, right? It feels like you're feeling extra sensitive, and then it feels like a bunch of energy that's like, doesn't like poking the self exactly in the space by which one feels most energetically tender. So I want you to kind of be conscientious or recognize that right now. I would be very surprised. I would be very surprised if anyone makes it through this energy completely unscathed. Because the truth about it is, if you come through this energy unscathed, you're probably disassociating. Okay? I mean, that's just the truth of it, right? If you're coming through it unscathed, you're probably disassociating, which isn't energetically healthy. But the modality or the experience by which we're able to effectively recognize or identify, and this is what's important, the sensitivity that allows us to become stronger, right? The sensitivity that allows us to effectively become energetically stronger. And so I feel like that's a lot of the healthy masculine energy that is working through, right? Like working through those experiences or those circumstances or situations. But, right, it's hard, right? It's hard. It takes a lot of strength to be vulnerable. And often, and like I need to describe this too, right? The modality by which we work through our vulnerability, right? And this is what I meant about the continual work that we see that's happening right now, specifically and particularly in relationality to healing Aries energy, is the difference between warlike and warrior energy, right? I'm going to continue to say this. There's this profound misconception of Aries energy being warlike. And Aries energy has never been warlike. However, you have to understand, I'm just going to keep on articulating this as we're going to, like, it's just what's coming through. Warlike energy feels like they have to prove something, right? There's nothing more vulnerable. There's nothing more weak than energy that's warlike, because it's the modality by which one feels like one has to prove something that shows the fact that one doesn't feel energetically strong within it, right? However, what do you often tell, and here's the thing about it, the sad thing is often warlike energy is misconstrued for warrior energy, and warrior energy is often misseen as warlike energy, because you have to understand that when one is working through warrior energy is the understanding of strength, right? The ability to effectively identify and recognize strength that effectively allows what do you often see warrior energy working on? Warrior energy is often working on delicacy, right? When one is effectively a steward of one's strength, right? When one is effectively a steward of one's strength, then one learns effectively to be energetically delicate, because it is the delicacy that we apply to our strength that allows us to find energetic finesse. So we see that for a lot of the energy effectively doing that work, that identification point of identifying and recognizing what feels strong, right? I feel like this is a lot of the healthy masculine energy, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to, that is potentially articulating upon what real strength is, right? And potentially even observing the strength it takes to be vulnerable and still find strength within it. Now, this is going to bring us to feminine energy right now. And for feminine energy, what are we doing today? For feminine energy, I am feeling very much, I'm feeling like the Nouveau Tarot today. Yeah, it's feeling like Nouveau. 3 cards, please. We've got here, we've got the King of Wands in its upright. We've got the 4 of Swords in its upright. And we have the Hanged. Oh, come back. We're going to talk about that. Give me a minute. We're going to talk about the Hangman. And the Hangman that was coming through before the card went, before the card went all over the place, is the Hangman in its upright. Now, this is really intriguing if you are a tarot nerd, like I myself am, because we basically have, look at that. Look at the same card right now, but in different positions. And it's very intriguing because to potentially see this, specifically because what we effectively observe in relationality to this work is the observation of recognizing and identifying what feels energetically supportive. Now, this is a continuation of understanding and recognizing for a lot of the feminine energy right now, as it relates to building into healthy relationship, there's a conversation that we're potentially seeing as it relates to what it feels like to be able to identify and find the energetic piece that we effectively work to amplify. And this is a continuation of warrior energy. So we also see that the feminine energy is working through warrior lessons, because I keep on seeing that modality by which the energy, right? I just keep on seeing that this is a lot of the energy that articulates that you have to, like, I keep on hearing, like, peace is a riot, right? And why do we effectively see that for feminine energy? Because I literally see some energy of the feminine articulating upon the fact that the ability to effectively work towards energetic peace is something that one, like I keep on hearing, something by which one is perpetually applying progress towards, right? And this is often the space by which you see, like, peace loves peace, which is the peace that you find in yourself, right? When one finds peace within oneself, then one feels, right? Then one feels the energetic bliss in being able to pass that peace on to others, right? The ability by which we effectively work towards the peacefulness, right? And this is the beauty of it. It's like the peacefulness, and we often see this, right? This is a continuation of those warrior lessons. I'm not surprised to see them coming up right now in the context of us working through all of these Aries energies, because, right, it's the identification point that says peace is worth energetically protecting. But here's the other thing that I keep on seeing about this. Our peace is not peace if it comes at the cost of another person. That's not peace. That's exception. I'm going to say that again, because that's like a profound energy that I see that is working through a lot of the feminine energy, right? I got to articulate that again, right? Peace is worth protecting unless our peace hurts another person, because that's not peace. That's exceptionalism, right? And that's the hard part about it, right? Because you'll often notice that energy in entitlement states, right? What will you often see energy in entitlement states saying? I was just trying to protect my peace, right? If you do something extreme to protect your peace, that's not peace. That's extremity, right? It's the observation of being able to articulate upon experiences such as that effectively amplifies and speaks towards, right? And I feel like that's a lot of the energy. That's a lot of wise energy, right? That's a lot of wise warrior energy that is coming through the feminine, right? That's a lot of wise warrior energy coming through the feminine, right? But that's why I literally see the energetic feminine kind of working through that, because it's the identification point. Why? Because you'll often see warlike energy, right? You'll often see warlike energy doing something extreme, and then what will they effectively claim in the middle of doing something that is completely unreasonable? I was just trying to protect my peace. Were you? Were you? If it's energetically extreme, it's not peace, it's extremity. And I feel like that's what a lot of the energy is potentially articulating upon. Now, this brings us to the energy. This brings us to the non-binary energy. And for non-binary today, we're going to be utilizing the Aquarian Tarot. 3 cards, please. Let's see here. 1, 2, 3. What do we got? We got 8 of Swords in its reversal. Okay. We've got the Chariot in its reversal. And we have, oh my God. How you doing, folks? Yep. Yeah, I'm seeing it too. We've got, and it's all in the same position. I like it. We're gonna get to it. And I need to stress this here though, like, especially, like, I gotta point this out. And it's funny too, because the feminine had, I need to point out, the feminine had a clumsy hangman. I actually, like, I need to roll back the tape to make sure, because this hangman, when it came out of my hands, it flew out. It was doing cartwheels. So I can't be 100% sure that this was in its upright when I first drew it. Okay. I gotta just stress that. It's like that type of energy. So let's talk about let's talk about it here, because I need to point out, and I like this, I need to stress this, because there's something energetically important there via V, recognizing and identifying or working towards energetic alignment, which is the space. I feel like there's something I'm seeing in the non-binary space that articulates that the way you can usually tell, what actual peace is that everybody leaves the situation feeling less peaceful. It's just the truth of it. You have to understand that. Like, that's the way that peace works, right? The way that you can actually, if you ever want to find peace, like if you actually want to find true peace, you'll usually find it with a bunch of energy leaving a situation less peaceful, right? Because it's the understanding of the energetic space by which that is literally the sound of you making peace. Okay, it's like literally. This is why, if you want peace, you better get good with navigating through frustration, right? Because when we understand that peace is not extremity, right? When we understand that peace should not cause another person a lack of peace, because if our peace causes another person, does not cause someone's peace, then it's extremity, right? Exceptional. Then you understand that the way that one makes peace is the modality by which energy effectively leaves the situation feeling slightly less peaceful, right? Like, that is the appropriate distribution of the peace. Is what I keep forgetting. That's the appropriate, that is the sound of the peace being equally distributed, right? Which is the modality by which everyone, like, it's a space by which it's like, that's what allows for the feeling of fairness to come in, right? And when you recognize that the fairness, right, often builds into the space of navigating one's own energetic restoration or resolution point, then one effectively, right, it brings one back into the focus of the vulnerability that's required in order to find peace, right? Because this is why it makes sense when you say, if you want to find peace, you better get comfortable with being uncomfortable. Because if your peace is about protecting yourself but not protecting others, that's not peace, babes. That's not peace. That's exceptional, right? And I know, and I feel like it's really important, because I feel like this is a lot of the energy, right? And the way that this is effectively applying in relationship is this is a lot of the masculine energy. And this is why I like the fact that there's something cohesive that's happening, right? Because this is masculine energy that is getting better at being vulnerable. This is feminine energy that is getting better at not being vulnerable. It's not being vulnerable, not being vulnerable in every situation. And this is non-binary energy going that the placement of distribution in relationality to how we feel, right? Sometimes when we feel slightly off center, we have center, right? Because that is the modality by which we are effectively building into what feels like harmony, right? And that's the funny thing about harmony, right? You don't find harmony in the space by which you are constantly trying to center the self. It's the modality by which you effectively work through the conscientious point. And this is why we talk about the difference between being centered in self and between being self-centered and centered in self. Because being centered in self allows one to feel energetically stable in the space by which you occupy, or the space by which you energetically stand within the self. And even in the modality, right? Even in the modality by which it's not easy, right? Balance is never easy. That's why it's balance. That's why balance is beautiful. Now this brings us to the energy that's moving back towards a masculine energy. We're going to be walking through the heart space of masculine. Can I get 3 cards, please? 3 cards for masculine. And we're going to be utilizing, we're going to be utilizing the Tarot of the Nouveau for the heart space of masculine. It's feeling, oh, I know what's happening. It's a nostalgia. It's the nostalgia. We've got the Hermit card in its reversal. Okay. We've got the 3 of Wands in its upright, and we've got the Knight of Wands in its reversal. So that's a lot of wand energy in the heart space of masculine. And so let's let's effectively recognize and identify. I feel like there's something, energetically important there as it relates, and I keep on seeing this, as it relates to energetically recognizing and identifying, how do I describe this best? The space by which we work to create, sure footing is often the modality by which, like the space by which we work to create sure footing is articulated in healing from our own energetic assumptions on things, right? And there's something very important there that we're potentially seeing, and I feel like a lot of that work that we're identifying has to do with the energetic circumstance or situation by which we understand our own energetic tendencies, right? The space by which we know ourselves is by knowing who we are when we're upset, is what I keep on getting. The space by which we know ourselves is being able to identify who we are when we are energetically upset. Because, and I need to stress this, right? Often in the modality by which we work through our own upsetness, and I feel like this is a lot of the masculine energy, almost talking to masculine energy in this modality or experience, right? You don't get a pass on things. Like there's this crazy identity, and this is why we got to talk about this, right? There's this crazy identification point of someone being like this is, I told you, this is that unhealed Aries energy that says, like, what is the false construct of Aries energy say? Like, what does the false construct of Aries energy say, right? The false construct of Aries energy says, right? Well, you have to forgive me because I was upset, right? Like that is the false construct of Aries energy. The false construct of Aries energy is somebody articulating, saying, you have to forgive the worst version of self because I was not feeling my best. But the thing is, and you have to understand this, you are yourself, regardless of how you feel. Okay, you're like, we are ourselves, regardless about how we feel about it, which is the modality by like, sure, right? Sure, we have those moments by which we're feeling a lot, like, again, we're feeling real raw, we're feeling really energetically worn thin, right? But the modality by which, right, like the modality by which is like, that's also you, right? Like that's also you. It's the comprehensive whole, right? It's not the space by which you don't romanticize. You can't, if you are in the space by which you romanticize the fact that you become a whole different person when you're upset, that is distressing. That is distressing. Are you okay? Right? Like, are you okay? Because that is literally the sound of someone articulating the space of another person having to walk on eggshells, right? The modality never is another person more in danger, right? Never is another person more in danger than when another person says, as long as you don't make me mad, we'll be great. Okay? And Aries understands this. And this is why Aries gets so upset, right? This is why Aries is in Pisces right now, because Aries gets so upset when it's misconstrued for that, because that's usually the first thing that Aries has to learn when they're energetically here, right? The conservation that it takes to navigate when you do not arrive here with any patience, because those with Aries placements literally don't come here with a lick of patience, right? They have to they're looking around, they're like, where did everybody get that patience? Being like, you didn't have, oh yeah, they gave out, you weren't here? No, there was like a whole pile of patience. Right? Like that, like the Pisces took all the patience. Well, oh no, yeah, there was all this patience, and the Pisces came and took it. Oh, there's no patience left, right? So Aries has to literally come here to learn how to manufacture patience. Here's Aries like literally trying to like make patience with whatever they find. They're like, oh gosh, okay, fine, right? And that's why when you find a little bit of it, right? That's why you'll see Aries being like, this is very precious. This is very precious. I made it myself. Nope, I didn't show up with it. No, I'm not like all of you. I did not show up with it. Every single drop of this, I had to extract from the world around the self. Had to travel far and wide. Had to learn the art of the ability to make the patience. And this is why this is an Aries lesson, because Aries learns this first. Who you are at your worst moment is also you. You don't get a pass because you are feeling less than perfect. Because most of the time, everybody around us is feeling like that all the time, right? We are all going through this energy together. And so the modality by which we effectively help each other is the modality by which we have those moments, right? We have those moments that we're not necessarily perfect. And that's the modalities by which we work to amplify and perfect, right? And so we see that that is a lot of the energy, right? I see a lot of the masculine energy potentially working through that. I mean, the healthy masculine energy that's working through that space of specificity, the ability to understand that the ability that we are effectively able to articulate as it relates to the force of care that we apply to each other is being able to effectively honor and recognize each other's energetic wishes. And so the modality by which, right, the space by which we are energetically respectful is the modality by which we articulate upon our needs. And this is why it's so important to be able to learn how to articulate your needs. Because if you're sitting around stewing in your feelings, right, and you're saying, why isn't anybody doing anything about it? And you're stewing in your feelings, and you're stewing in your feelings, you're creating a boundary issue in your life. You are creating a boundary issue in your life, because you're basically saying, right, that when you get upset, you build a moat around yourself, and then you say, come rescue me, right? You become the energetic damsel in distress, digging yourself into the moat of your emotions instead of rescuing yourself via the healthy communication. This brings us to feminine energy. 3 cards for feminine, and we're going to be utilizing the Smith-Waite Centennial deck for the heart space of feminine right now, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. Oh, we got 4 cards coming through. Oh, yeah, oh. 4 cards in the heart space of feminine. Okay. Feminine's got extra heart space cards today. We've got the Ace of Swords. Ace of Swords. We've got the Fool card in its upright, right? And we've got the Ace of Wands in its reversal with the Ace of Pentacles in its upright. That's a lot. That's a lot of aces. That's a lot of aces. It's a lot of aces. That's a lot of aces. And like, but like, this is the thing about it. And I feel like, and I have to point out, there's a lot of aces surrounding a Fool card. And I like this because like an ace, like all these aces surrounding a Fool card, what is it, like a lot of aces surrounding a Fool card to a certain extent. And I feel like this is the important thing that feminine is working to heal from, right? Which is the modality by which feminine has often been put in the position of having to be the perpetual rescuer, right? Like that's the wild thing about it, right? Imagine a situation, right? I want you to imagine the perception that often feminine has to experience. And this is exactly what the experience happens with feminine. Everybody sees you as the damsel in distress. And meanwhile, there you are being forced to be the perpetual rescuer of everything and everyone at every single moment. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. right? Make it make sense, which is the modality by which the energy around the self, right? The energy will occupy in the space of feminine and being in the modality by which everyone's like, oh, why aren't you more in the modality? Like, why aren't you damseling in distress more, right? As the energy of masculine is digging a moat around itself, right? And feminine says, I can't be the energetic damsel in distress if I'm too energetically busy having to rescue everything and everyone at every single moment, right? Like, this is the energy. This is the energy that says, this must be nice, right? Must be nice, right? But that's the identification point of understanding, right? This is understanding the full pressure, right? Imagine the energetic pressure that you put on feminine energy by which, right, you articulate, and this is the feminine that feels like they often have to walk, right? They often have to walk that tightrope, right? Having to walk the energetic tightrope of another person's faulty perception of them that articulates upon the space that says, I want to perceive you as an energetic damsel in distress, but I want you to be in the space of perpetually rescuing, right? And then you find yourself energetically surprised that the feminine is not more in their feminine, because feminine can't be in their feminine if they have to be energetically aware all the time. Feminine is a state. It is a state. It's a state. It's a state. Okay. It's a state. Okay. I don't know how many times we have to go through this. You have to cultivate a state. Okay. Continuing to get clarification, and this is with a lot of and moving towards non-binary energy. 3 cards for non-binary energy. Oh my goodness. 3 cards, and we're going to be utilizing. We're going to be utilizing this. No, we already used this Smith's way. We're going to be utilizing the Nouveau Tarot for. Yep. Oh, we're going to be utilizing the Nouveau Tarot for the heart space of non-binary. 3 cards, please. The 2 of Cups in its upright, right? The 8 of Wands in its upright, and the Ace of the Queen of Pentacles in its reversal, right? And so what we effectively the space by, and I want to describe this because this is a lot. This is a lot. I feel like there's something energetically important that often happens in the modality of working through, right? The space by which we understand and recognize that and I want to describe this too, because for a lot of the energy working through this, that I feel like there's something energetically important about the space by which this energy feels like they are perpetually being othered, right? And I want to describe, like, what do we mean by othering? The modality by which we often feel othered, and it's really hard when we feel like we're being perpetually othered, right? It's the space by which we feel like we don't fit in, right? The modality by which everything we energetically try to do, it doesn't feel like it's energetically enough, right? And I keep on hearing that this is the energy that became good with themselves long ago because they realized the modality by which they had to find themselves was to have to let go of everybody's perceptions in terms of how they themselves should be, and just allowing the context by which they allow themselves to become the person that they were meant to become, right? And there's no greater act of love. There's no greater act of love than giving that to another person, right? The modality by which you say to someone, you are free to be you. As long as your you doesn't hurt anyone, that is the song of I love you. Okay? You are free to become who you are meant to become, so long as that you doesn't hurt anyone. That is the highest aspiration that we can energetically achieve in our experiences. And that gift, right? That is the gift that we give to one another. when we truly love one another, right? That is the ego-free form of love. It is the ego-free form of love that does not say, me, 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 me. It says you, 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 you. And that understanding does not mean that you disappear, because as I am giving you, you doesn't hurt me in the slightest if I know who I am. Giving you, you. What kind of world are we building that me giving you, you costs me anything unless I don't know who I am? And this is why, in order to love, it is desperately important that we stop trying to figure out what's going on in each other's head and get more in the business of getting very invested in understanding our own. Because the modality by which one is able to identify and articulate upon who that person is allows you to become you more. And furthermore, it allows your love to become you, giving another person the gift of themselves by allowing them to energetically flourish in the context of being able to feel the amplification of love. And this is why, right, it's not that hard to understand that when we understand that love is offering, and we're constantly giving each other that offer in the modality of saying, I'm giving you the gift of you. I'm giving you the gift of becoming the person that you need to become, and the ability of my love to effectively create the arbor for that love. The arbor that allows the framework that you can effectively grow and thrive within it. There is no greater gesture in there, because it's not a gesture, it's an act, right? It's something that we energetically work towards, and we're not perfect in it, and we often mess it up, and sometimes we energetically stumble, but we always find our way back towards it. But the ability of effectively identifying that is often the space by which I feel like that energy is often holding themselves dearly, because they understand that when they hold themselves dearly, they're acting as offering, because they're allowing another person to identify that they too can move towards that in whatever form it should take for them. This brings us back to the masculine energy, bottom of the deck, and this is the unconscious of masculine. 3 cards to clarify, please. And we're going to be utilizing the Aquarian Tarot for the unconscious of masculine. 3 cards, please. Yeah, Justice in its reversal, King of Pentacles in its reversal, and the Tower card in its reversal. So what are we effectively seeing in relationality to a lot of the work that we see of masculine? And I want to describe this, right? There's something very important that we recognize, specifically in, I keep on hearing, the love that we create for one another is built into the point or the state of energetic stabilization, right? The stabilization, the stabilization that we energetically create for one another, right? When we understand that, then we understand that stabilization is necessary in order to build into love. And the stabilization that we energetically find within circumstances or situations is in the space by which, right? It's not the space by which we see how little we can do, but how much more we can energetically offer, right? The ability of effectively being, and this is what we talk about here, right? The space by which we energetically provide is how we energetically thrive. And the modality by which we work towards that, right? Those experiences or circumstances by which we ourselves work through our own feelings of energetic inadequacy, they allow us to find, right? They allow us to find deeper points of strength, because, and I keep on hearing this is a lot of the healed masculine energy that is no longer allowing, right? The words, but I was angry, should never enter the equation as a reason, because you have to understand the universe is always actively listening, right? And so when you say to the universe, right, When you say to the universe, well, it doesn't count if I'm angry, right? I guarantee you that the universe is going to start pissing you off. Like, it's going to be, you're going to find anger everywhere. Everywhere you go, all you're going to find is more reasons to have anger, because you just told anger that anger is a cheat code. All you've done, all you've done is told the ego that your anger is a cheat code to be able to do anything, to be able to run amok, right? Like, there you go. What have you done, right? And that's why it's not okay to ever be in the context of stating that something that you did was out of anger and somehow that makes it forgivable and okay. Because that is literally the moment that you have broken. That is literally the moment that you have broken your own contract with the energetic universe, because you've basically just given your ego full control. Right? You've just given your ego, you just gave your ego full control of everything, because the ego perks when you say I was angry and somebody goes, okay, the ego perks up its ears, goes, what? What was that? What was that I hear? What was that I hear? Did someone just say if I'm angry, I can do anything? Oh, goody, right? It's like the energy that goes, oh, goody. That's wonderful. Oh, music to my ears, right? That's what the ego hears. That's all the ego hears when you articulate that, right? It's the most dangerous thing. It's the most dangerous soundtrack that you could put into your life in any context, right? The modality by which you say, "Oh, I'm allowed to move out of my typical state of being because I was angry." No, you're not, babe. That is the same state of being, right? That's the same state of being that you walked in here with. Your anger is not exceptional to your state of being, right? Feminine, and I want to point this out, that is masculine energy. Either recognize that, and some of it saying it back to masculine energy, right? Like, that's what I like about it. It's almost like the masculine energy speaking towards itself in relationality to that. Feminine, feminine energy, 3 cards, and we're going to be utilizing the Aquarian Tarot. Oh, actually, correction. Yeah, we're going to be utilizing the Aquarian Tarot. We've got the Moon card in its reversal, the 2 of Swords in its upright, and the Ace of Cups in its reversal. So, oh my gosh, we got, wait, 1, 2, 3. We've got, yeah, yep, that's it. We've got all the ace cards in the feminine, today. Wow, that's pretty cool. I haven't seen that before. That's pretty cool. Sorry, I'm just nerding out for a minute because that's pretty cool. But I need to describe, because again, even with the Ace of Cups in its reversal, it's still an ace card. And the thing I want to the thing we want to identify here in relationality, like particularly and especially in relationality to all of those aces, right? All of those aces is the feminine that often feels hindered by having too much on their plate, right? That is literally the feminine, right? That is literally the feminine that often feels hindered by having too much on their plate, and also recognizing the trauma of doing that to each other, right? Right? The modality by which we energetically understand or recognize that the proportionality by which we build into the modality of understanding, the space by which we understand, right? The space by which, this is your public service announcement for all feminine energy, right? That feminine energy often has the space by which not only are they working upon their own energetic plate, but often the space by which energy says, well, if you actually cared, you'd do this, right? Look at that trauma. Look at that. I guess you don't care, right? That, often the feminine energy that experiences the trauma around them in another's passive aggressiveness, trying to get them to do something, by articulating the triggering words, I guess you don't care, right? And that is the energy of the feminine that is becoming energetically aware of, right, the toxicity of there's that feminine, right? Imagine the modality of a feminine trying to go around caring for everything energetically possible, right? There's the feminine, right? Trying to care for everything energetically possible. And then somebody who effectively comes towards them and says, I guess you don't care, right? The modality of another person, that is literally the sound of someone trying to weaponize your compassion. There it is, right? The sound of someone weaponizing your compassion will be you in the modality, and that's not the space by which, right? If you are aware, right? Our awareness is trying to care in the modality by which it is effectively does not leave us uncentered, right? The space by which we understand our portion of care is how we find energetic stability. But we can often identify, right? We can often identify the source of instability when another person is trying to weaponize the compassion they find within the self. When they say the words in the context of seeing you, there you are, right? Every feminine has experienced this. There you are, trying to do everything for everyone in each and every moment. And there goes that dagger, right? There goes that subtle dagger of someone trying to weaponize your compassion by saying, I guess you just don't care. And this is the energy that becomes aware of it, right? And the modality by which, right? Often the careless energy is the energy that finds criticism in the modality of seeing another person caring as much as energetically possible. Because here's the thing about it. The dissolution of the feminine is often articulated in the feminine reaching an energetic fracture point in the modality of, right, the compassionate feminine that has no boundaries. And even in the modality by which they're trying to do energetically everything for everyone, there goes, right, there goes someone trying to weaponize the compassion and go, I guess you don't care. That often creates the moment of the energy effectively snapping or coming into the modality of effectively not being able to be good to anyone, including themselves, because that is the feminine not taking care of themselves in the process. And this is a lot of the feminine that is getting very energetically aware, right, of the modality of circumstances and situations that require feminine to be in a space of hyper awareness, right? The toxicity of a state of hyper awareness by which the feminine is informed that the only way that they are performing feminine well is if they're caring for everyone at every single moment. And that's not the energy. And the reason that's difficult is because that is the space of being feminine. That is the modality. Feminine is the energetic force of understanding and compassion in the modality of being able to feel the sentiments of others. So the modality by which you recognize that there's the feminine energy feeling everything for everyone. And then the audacity of energy that does not care to try to articulate a lack of caring to effectively extract more care from the feminine. This is often the modality of the feminine that moves away from things because they recognize that their compassion isn't being received with a modality of appreciation. And that is the experience by which we hold each other, right? The space by which we recognize and identify the work that we effectively do and the modality by which we help each other through, right? And so I feel like that's a lot of the feminine that's getting better attenuated and being able to see the modality of the energy that feels like it's healing versus what it is that they themselves are healing from. Non-binary energy, bottom of the deck right now. We're going to be utilizing the Smith-Waite Centennial deck. 3 cards, please. We've got the 7 of Pentacles in its reversal, the Chariot card in its reversal, and the Magician in its reversal. So what are we effectively seeing in relationality to that? I feel like we've got a lot of energy here that is, how do I articulate this? I feel like a lot of the energy that we're effectively seeing here, it's working through. I want to describe this, like, especially with this, like, and I got to point this out. The Chariot in its reversal, with the Magician in its reversal, and the Seven of Pentacles in its reversal, I feel like this is a lot of the energy that often feels, I keep on getting, often feels the energetic weight or the force of identifying and recognizing. I keep on getting the ability to effectively, how do I describe this best? The space by which we ourselves are aware of what it is that we're working upon, right? And this is why we talk about the most important, like, trauma does not want you aware of yourself, right? Trauma wants you questioning yourself at every moment, right? And the reason that we see that trauma is always making oneself question oneself at every moment is the observation of the experience by which there you are, right? Questioning yourself at every moment, that often makes one feel like one is the source of trauma, right? Like, there you will be, right? There you will be in, like, there you will be in the deepest trauma that you've ever experienced. And what will you find in the deepest trauma that you've ever experienced? You will find the energy trying to articulate to you that you are the source of the trauma, right? Like, that is often the experience by which we have to start to hold ourselves, right? And understanding, right? And this isn't to say, right? This isn't to say that there aren't experiences by which we are traumatizing others, but the modality by which, right? The modality by which we often experience the state that trauma potentially creates, right? Trauma creates fight or flight. It often creates freeze, right? Trauma is not trying to create fight or flight. It's trying to create freeze, right? What does trauma say? Just don't move and everything will be fine. See what happens when you try to do things, right? That's what trauma tries to go. See what happens? Like, that's what trauma says. See what happens when you try to do things? I bet you're not going to try to do anything ever again, right? That's what the trauma, that's literally what the trauma does. And that's why we think about, right? When we think about love being the arbor by which we say to each other, you are free to be you, right? Then the ability to effectively articulate and understand, right? The ability to effectively build into the shape of that energetic healing. It's the modality by which we find the ability to flourish, right? Because it's not about, right? It's not about the weight or the shape by which we effectively say to someone, right? Oh, if you would just calibrate, right? If you would just calibrate, you'd be fine, right? We find our divinity in understanding that if the context of being ourselves, so long as the context of being ourselves doesn't hurt another person, right? Got to hold this one, right? So long as the context of being ourselves doesn't hurt another person, then the ability to recognize spaces where we don't feel energetically free to be ourselves helps us to start to heal, because it starts to help us understand where we need to go in order to become the people that we need to become. So I feel like there's a lot of that energy there, but it's heavy because I feel like even in the context of relationship, this is the energy that effectively recognizes and articulates upon how difficult that energetic journey is, right? This is the energy that knows that journey intimately, right? This is the energy that understands that the space by which they found their confidence was the space by which they were questioning themselves over and over and over and over and over and over again, until they finally recognized the fact that they'd found their own perfection. But yet the trauma still persisted, and it helped them be able to localize the direction upon where it was coming from. Bottom of the deck, and that's the gift that they effectively bring towards their relationships, right? And all of this work is effectively healing the relationships. We see we've got a lot of the healthy masculine energy that is working better in the context of allowing the active energetic surrender, right? Not the need to control everything. And even in the context by which, again, when you feel the need to control everything, you don't get to get leeway because you feel like you lost control, because you understand control was never the point to begin with. For feminine energy, it's the modality of the feminine that's feeling the space by which they're able to articulate their displeasure, because articulating displeasure brings equal measure. The modality of being able to articulate what needs to be changed to help create a better energetic balance. While for a lot of the non-binary energy, that modality or the adaptability by which they themselves are effectively understand the experience by which, in order to be able to find themselves, they had to go through experiences that made them question things again and again and again, and understand that a lot of the journey of healing is just moving away from trauma environments. Bottom of the deck for masculine energy. Yeah, there's a lot of the masculine energy right now, particularly with this moon energy, bottom of the deck. I feel like this is a lot of the energy of the masculine that's actually reintroducing themselves to a part of themselves they felt that they had to shed to become masculine. And that's, I feel like that's what I keep on seeing is important, right? Masculine, becoming masculine energy has never been about shedding. It's never been about shedding. It's never been about shedding. Everything we have is a gift. If there was something that made you feel that you had to let go of something to become it, right? That doesn't make you stronger. It makes you weaker, right? Because that's the energy when we understand the nature of fragility, right? And someone being like, what are these feelings for? And someone being like, oh, you got to get rid of those. No, they make things much harder when you're trying to control everything. No. If you had those feelings, I don't know why they were in there. I just throw them out. I don't know why they include them in the kit, right? Like the energy guy, I don't know why they include them in the kit. You should just learn to throw them out. That's what I did. Look at me, I'm fine, right? Like the energy being like, it's fine, right? Like that is literally the ability to understand that there's nothing more toxic that's ever entered the masculine energy than the identification of saying you're stronger if you learn how to turn it off. Oh my gosh, right? It's not stronger to learn to hit a switch. You just closed yourself off to a whole portion of everything that makes life good, right? What's life worth if you don't have those feelings? The feelings are the good part, right? Why would you depart from those feelings and then feel like that's what masculinity is? That's not masculinity. That's becoming a statue, right? And Stoicism isn't about becoming a statue. Stoicism is about becoming more, not less, right? Feminine energy. We've got feminine energy, bottom of the deck. We're utilizing the Smith-Waite Centennial deck, three of Swords in its reversal, right? Three of Swords in its reversal is also going through a process of surrender. But I keep on seeing for a lot of the feminine energy going through that process of surrender, it's understanding it's not your job to make a cold heart tender, right? This is feminine energy that's understanding. It's not the feminine's responsibility to make a cold heart tender, right? And you have to understand, right? When you understand the full nature, right? Oh, look how curious it is, right? There's the damsel in distress energy in masculine, building a moat around the self, right? The ability not to articulate upon feelings. And there's the feminine energy that's articulated in terms of saying, oh, the only way, right? The only way you can heal the masculine is by being invested in healing a cold heart. We understand the nature of our hearts are not each other's responsibility. We tend our own heart spaces when we care about each other, so that we don't have to, right? And that is the gift, the biggest gift that we give to anyone in our experience, because that isn't the space by which another person feels like they perpetually have to check the quality and condition of the heart that exists there, but knowing that another person is keeping that work, that they're focusing upon that, that is the energy by which we articulate how we're feeling, instead of coming into the space of feeling, because that's all it is. It's building the story of an energy that's being told to have no boundaries, right? That is literally how you end up with someone with no boundaries, because that is the energy the feminine said, I know that they're coming across cold, but you should go in there. You should go after them. You should climb that moat, right? That is literally a situation by which feminine is being taught to literally have boundary issues. And then you find the modality by which the feminine energy is confused, because you've basically been in a space by which you've been trying to educate feminine that the feminine's the whole responsibility and purpose is to have boundary issues. When we care about each other, we mind each other's wishes, which means if another person says that their heart's cold, we don't go feeling the need to try to get in there and warm it up, because that is a violation. While for non-binary energy, bottom of the deck, 3 of Pentacles in its upright. And so for a lot of the energy that we're effectively seeing that's working through that capacity, we see that this is the energy that often builds into, I know it's not here, but the energy feels very much like it's working through hermit energy, right? The modality by which the energy often feels the space of energy that effectively potentially tries to articulate projection upon their force of care, right? And I keep on getting the modality by which, for a lot of this energy works to be clear. And there's a misconception on what it means to be clear. Clear doesn't mean that you don't feel anything. Clear means being able to articulate to another the space by which one is centered in self. It is the ability to articulate openly about who one is. It is the ability to articulate about who others are. It is the modality and experience by which we are energetically aware. And when we are working in a healthy space, everything around us is in a solid state. And when I mean a solid state, it's a modality by which you can point to something and say, this is what this is. This is what it energetically means to me. This is the capacity and understanding. And once you're able to do that, you can have many, many, many things, right? Because it's dangerous to build into amorphous relationships. This is why there's nothing more toxic than when we identify as a situation, because that means, you understand what situation means? It means that the nature of the relationship changes depending upon the situation. You guys are misunderstanding what that means. A situationship doesn't mean it's a complication. The translation is literally a relationship that changes depending upon the situation, which means in one context it could be friends, in one context it could be another. That is not energetically healthy, because the modality by which we are able to articulate and identify the space by which we occupy in relationality to our relationships, those are relationships that are in solid states. And they can be complex, but even being able to articulate upon the complexity articulates upon the firmness of the energetic relationship. So you can't be in the space, and you'll often see this, like this is why this energy will sometimes see someone being like, oh, I want what you have, and being like, what do you want? I don't know. I want whatever you have. It seems like you've got a lot of I don't know going on there, and being like, you have never understood, you have never been so far. You have never strayed further from the path. When you come up to someone and say, I don't know what that is, but I would just like some of it. I want some of that I don't know, because it's not what you're seeing that's energetically I don't know is actually something that's very energetically specific. And the ability to effectively specify is how we understand the energetic health of things, right? And so we see that for a lot of the energy, that articulation is why words have meanings, and the ability to identify the signification point of an energetic relationship that is articulated upon the stabilization. And the way you can tell a relationship is in a solid state is you can bring the relationship into different situations and you always articulate it in the same way. That is a relationship that is stable because it's a stable state. It's the modality by which the nature of the relationship doesn't change depending on what room you bring it in. It's the space by which it's always the energetic way that you articulate it. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and receiving these messages. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, it is a 2-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site, so I would encourage you to do it there. Also, I want to let you guys know and thank everybody who attended our recent class on the court cards in the cup suit. Our next class will be held on Thursday, Thursday, April 16th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the court cards in the wand suit. If you would like to become part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, it's not necessary for you to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we studied prior to beginning that next class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member to my stack, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of readings, you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive, as well as the opportunity of receiving a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events, as well as my online live schedule, as well as my mystic meditation articles, which will give you updates on everything we've been seeing energetically in the cards in article form based on the lunation cycles. We just wrote one recently on that new moon energy, and I'll be having one very shortly on this full moon that we've got coming up. Finally, I want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits. Also, for my students seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to offer dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. That said, I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read for today. We are going to get started on personal readings. Congratulations to Avatar. You came in first in our you gave us the highest gifts in the highest gifts giveaway. So you will be having a free reading today. Thank you so much, dear. And Jana, you came in second. So you will have, you'll also have an additional card in your reading. If anybody else would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. You will be the 5th person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also at 22.9K likes over on the Clock app. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen, and we will get to 50K in no time. I'm going to take a few minutes to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, if you are on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list, I just need you to let me know the date that you were added to the hold list, and I'll be happy to add you back to the list as well. For those who are joining us across the other apps, you can also get on the list today via my tree that has links in it in my bio. It is 3 cards. We are doing here highest priority messages from spirit, life path, mediumship, dream interpretation, angelic guidance, animal spirit guide readings, pet readings, akashic, mind, body, spirit, and love. If you've got information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our read, you can include in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channels. Carlin, I'm happy to read for you on that. If you'd like to get on the list is open. You will be the 5th person read for. And Bridget, thank you for that hashtag. Nicole, thank you for those bonus cards. You're so welcome. Yeah, I know they were very intense, and we I know that you were asking me, to kind of break them down. It's going to take a little bit of work, right? It's like there's a lot. I mean, I feel like, and I want to describe this. It's because of the density of the dream, which is basically, I feel like what was basically being identified there is it feels very much like a karmic reading, but I also feel like there was something related to a past life as well that needed to be addressed there. And so honestly, I feel like the reason that those cards were there was given the fact, like, some dreams, I like to describe this, and this is often what I do when I build into, this is when I often do like deep dream work with my clients, like the ability by which we sometimes re-delve into a dream to try to understand all the nuances there. Like, it's basically saying there's a lot to explore in terms of some of the experiences that you are seeing in that space. How are you doing today, Ellie? And thank you, Savage, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Jennifer, thank you for the follow. And thank you for sharing the live, Bridget. Joseph, good to see you, as always. You post the same things. I'm kind of thinking that you might be a bot. Me thinks that maybe Joseph is a bot. And the reason I'm going to point out that I think that you might be a bot is because you literally only have 2 things you say. And you don't change them. You don't change them every time. You come in here every day and you make those 2 statements, and then you don't say anything else. So I'm having some strong ideas that potentially you're a bot, because it's literally, it feels like you're just automatically posting that. So I don't know what else to tell you. I hope, regardless, I hope you have a beautiful day. No problem. How you doing today there, Dan? And Uncle Buck, thank you for the roses. Always appreciate when you guys, in terms of that, thank you as well. This is good, y'all. Like, why such a major meltdown? Just do it. I think I identify with warrior energy. I have the hardest time with delicacy. That would often be indicative. I would look at where Mars is in your chart, because, and I like to point this out, like, I feel like Mars in the 7th house could often be indicative of experiencing situations by which we have a hard time with it, is the best way to describe it. Oh, right. You got that deck. It's a beautiful deck, isn't it? It's absolutely beautiful. Thank you. And looking forward to our reading. How are you doing today, Caitlin? Thank you for those heart puffs. Welcome, Victorine. Yeah, feeling that warrior energy. Good to see you today, Jana. Everybody got the hangman today. Everybody. I kind of like it, though, because like I said, it's a continuation about what we said in terms of working through experiences by which we're navigating through dissatisfaction. Absolutely, Per. Yep. How you doing today, Viva? And thank you, Brandy, for those heart me's. Deeply appreciated. How you doing, Avatar? E, thank you for the follow. Welcome. How are you doing today, Heather? Thank you as well, Avatar. Waldo, I'm happy to give you a reading. These are donation-based readings. So if you would like a reading, all you need to do is head over to my, just head over to the tree that has links in it in my bio. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more for non-subscribers. And Hero, thank you for the follow. I know, Ryan. Oh, Aries. Good to see you, dear. Thank you for the follow. Sun Pisces, Aries. Oh, Sun Pisces, Aries rising. That's a fiery fish. That's a fiery fish you got there. It's a fiery fish. It's a spicy fish. I'm not like you all. I'm not like all of you. Oh, sending you support, Bridget. I hope you're doing well. I've heard that from so many times. I got you, Avatar. Oh, Bridget, sending you support too. And Mia, thank you for those heart me's. Deeply appreciated. Thank you as well, Avatar. It's how I roll best. Good to see you today, Tiff. Does anyone in the chat want to teach me how to be a damsel in distress? Am I doing it right? Wait, come back. Why are you running? Absolutely. Thank you, Casey. I wish it would make sense. Yeah, distress my whole life. Thank you as well for those roses, Brandy. Must be nice. Exactly. I'm too busy saving everybody else. That's when I want to be saved. How dare you? It's some kind of state. Absolutely. Thank you, Jana. Yeah, I've been saving myself and others. Oh, sending you so much support, Bridget. Chocolate. Oh, absolutely. At least they have a few good years before that. Yeah, that should be a keychain or a shirt. Yes. So Jas, yes, mediumship. Any of the services that I've articulated are 29 or more. It's not depending on which one you're asking to receive. Yeah. So true. Thank you as well, Viva, for receiving that message. You're so welcome, Jas. Yeah, again, it's the same message from Joseph. So, and Coily, thank you for the follow. Thank you as well, Avatar. That's a good, here's, I want to point out though, Mel, that's a good way of channeling the frustration into something nice, right? That's a good example of it. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Not recommend. Okay, well, that's fair, right? I want to point out, there's worse things to do with rage than purchasing things. I have to in the grand scheme of things, I mean, it's not the best, but it's not the worst, right? Noah, thank you for the follow. Absolutely. Yo, thank you, Avatar. I appreciate you, and thank you for being a part of this collective. Absolutely. I like the way you think that I drive for hours. Yeah, but here's but that's what I point out, right? These are all you found productive ways of self-soothing, right? That's beautiful, and you don't want to be upset at yourself if that's what works for you. That's your meditation, right? I like to point out we often misconstrue the identification of meditation just needing to be in a state of rest, right? We can go into meditative states and things that feel like they energetically soothe us and allow us to energetically decompress, Absolutely. I am not someone that can find meditation in driving. I see you guys. I see your ability to do that, and I'm like, must be nice. Not the same for me. Not the same. Yeah, absolutely. And Josh, thank you for the follow, dear. Thank you for those heart me's. Yeah, and thank you for confirming as well that you received that you had that sense of questioning as well, Bridget. That's what I was trying to say earlier, was your body going into mode of fight. Yeah, beautifully stated. Yes, exactly. Thank you, Joss. And thank you for sharing the live. Yeah, I was mute through, oh my gosh, dear. You were mute through most of your teen years. Oh my gosh, I'm sending you so much support. So much support. Absolutely. Thank you as well, Dark. And Arachnid, thank you for the follow. How are you doing today, Ash? Excellent. This was a heavy collective. I mean, I think it's a heavy collective, but I wouldn't expect something not heavy given the fact, I told you, given the fact that the moon's in Cancer right now and Jupiter's in Cancer. It's it's deep diving, Thank you as well, Tan. So Tan, I'm going to ask you, I'm not sure what you're trying to communicate, but I would like to politely ask you, we've got a firm rule here that the chat is not for non sequiturs, okay? Like repeating the same statement over and over again, and a statement that does not feel like it moves in the healthy flow of conversation will get you muted. So I need you either to articulate upon what you're indicating, or please refrain from continuing to post the same thing repeatedly. Thank you. Absolutely. And Adam, thank you for those heart me's. Good to see you, dear. How you doing today? Jess, I'm going to read the list right now. Actually, can you, if you want, actually, so Jess, I don't see you on my list, but could you give me the initial, just the initial on where you sent payment, and I'll confirm your space on the list. Absolutely. And thank you, We Travel, for those gifts. I appreciate you. Hi, Minnie. How are you doing today? Excellent. Oh, you said, okay, thank you for telling me. So this is just your daily reminder. Please, when you're on different apps, don't put the full name of a different app. The apps are very jealous. The apps are very jealous. They don't like to hear each other's apps' names. So just the initial next time is fine. I'll check right now, Jess. Just bear with me one moment. Perfect. All right, just bear with me one moment. All right. Excellent. I got you, Jasmine. You are on the list. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th person read for. Excellent. I know. I think Joseph's a bot. Joseph Robot. Joseph Bot. Yeah, I think we figured it out. Oh, robot. Joseph is not fickle. Joseph's a robot. I'm back from my meetings. Oh, I don't know. I mean, absolutely. You're so welcome, Mia. Absolutely. I don't know. I mean, like, when in terms of understanding what and in what way do we need it? I mean, like, what do you mean in relationality to needing a tower? Like, that's what's difficult. Absolutely. Your whole reading, masculine and feminine, and both were on point for everything I've experienced. Sending you so much support on that journey, dear. And thank you for being here and receiving these messages. And thank you as well, Jess. Oh, absolutely. Thank you. Okay, one moment. I don't know what that means. What is scooping? Okay. And Deesh, thank you for the gifts, and thank you for sharing the live, and thank you for the follow. Joe is a bot. Oh, Joe is a robot. Hi there, Deesh. All right, we're gonna get to it. It's nice that the robot stops in every day, though. Now I'm gonna be like, it's like nice. It's like a little robot that it's like a little robot that like goes through the internet and tells people not to give people money. All right, we're gonna continue right now. The first person we're reading for today is going to be Bridget. Bridget, if you're here, can you? I mean, Bridget, I believe you're here, but could you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you? Oh, Joe, it's again. It is. It's like Joseph, you're a bot. Joseph's a bot. Yes. Oh my God, Joseph. Oh, you're so cute. Joseph, you only can write 2 things. Oh, look at it's Joseph. Oh my gosh. Oh, now it's kind of sweet. Oh, I feel like now I feel sentimental. Okay. Oh, there's a 3rd thing. Okay, great. All right, let's continue right now. All right, so the first person that we're reading for right now it's the same. I'm trying to write them all down because I feel like they're all the same ones. Okay, we've got there's 3 of them. Okay. All right, let's get to. I'm sorry. I'm just intrigued by it. Okay, we're gonna get started. All right, I've got you, Bridget. It's general in the disco. Bear with me a minute. Aw. Let's see here. And now I feel bad blocking them because it's just doing its job. All right, let's get to it. Hold on a minute. Where do we go? Hold on a minute. All right, we've got general here. Perfect. Okay, and bear with me. I want to find, I just want to get I don't want to, hold on. I need to grab something to get these cards. I just want to cover these cards. So just bear with me a moment. Just a reminder to anybody who might have missed, just a reminder to anyone who might have missed the Daily Collective. It'll be up over on, the place where we keep the videos and the photos. It'll also be up as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. And just bear with me a moment. Perfect. Excellent. All right, just stand by 1 second. Excellent. I'll be right back, and then we're going to get started on the personal readings. All right. Okay, 1 second. All right. There we go. Excellent. All right. And my friends, just a reminder, when we get to 50K likes, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen, and we will get to 50K in no time. We're already at 25.3K likes. Also, if you are on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list, just let me know the date that you are added to the hold list. I'll be happy to add you back as well. That's why it's important to make sure to remember that date. Okay, perfect. And before we continue right now, before we start with Bridget's reading, we are going to warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I'll also point out we are continuing. If you would like to have an affirmation from a guide for the advanced soul, all you need to do is make sure that you're giving me a follow over on the place where we keep the photos. Comment followed in the feed. And if you're already following me there, then all you need to do is share that live with 3 friends and write the word shared. And I will read you an affirmation from the guide for the advanced soul. Thank you guys so much. Excellent. Yes, Dada. Yes, Bridget bequeathed you. Her 100K winning reading yesterday, which was absolutely beautiful of her. Thank you guys so much for supporting each other. So you do have that reading as well. You weren't here. You weren't here when it happened. Good to see you, dear. Hold on, Bro. I haven't drawn the card yet. Okay. All right, we've got the Animal Spirit Guide card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the cat. Thank you. We'll do that again after the next reading. Well done, Minnie. Excellent. All right. So outside P, and I'm going to hold on. Hold on. We've got somebody being uncouth. No uncouth energy, please. Thank you. Have to be polite. Don't be crass. Where were we? Okay. Apologies for that, individual friends. Excellent. All right, we're doing a general. I've got Bridget here. Guys, make sure to give Bridget some love. Outside T. I'd like to understand how my energy echoes in spaces I've left and how others perceive and speak of me when I'm not present. Got it. Can I please get... It's a beautiful question, by the way. 1 minute. And thank you for being the first person on the list today, and thank you for being able to be put on the hold list. You'll also have an additional card in your reading today. 2 more, please. And 1 more. Wow. It's intense. You know, I I feel like I see you don't give up on people. That's all I don't I'm not sure what's occurred. I'm not sure what's occurred. But I feel like I feel like I see something really important here, specifically in relationality to some kind of quality by which I keep wondering, you don't give up on people, and you don't let people down. And I have to stress this. Those are some of the hardest qualities to be able to find in another person. I think that it's also interesting too, because I also get somebody. I keep wondering. I've got three things coming through on it. I keep on hearing you don't give up on people, you don't let people down, and that's why you're hard to pin down. Is what I keep on seeing. Like all three of those happening together is what I'm getting, which is you don't give up on people. You don't let people down, and you're hard to pin down. But I need to point out, I don't think, like, the thing I keep on seeing is, and I want to stress this, because I almost see, like, what's wild about it is I almost see, like, it's interesting because I almost see some kind of energy around you, right? You've got, I want to point out, you've got grievance energy around you. And the thing about grievance energy is like, you've got, like, the thing about it, and it's interesting too, because I know it's not an animal spirit guide reading, but I feel like we have to energetically address it. You've got a lot of, it's interesting that the cat came up, because you don't have cat energy. You've got a lot of bee energy, right? And the thing about bee energy, and I need to point this out, right? When energy understands the significance and power of bee energy, then the space by which you said you're hard to pin down, the energy, right? The energy that understands you appreciates that quality, right? The understanding of, like, I keep on seeing somebody being like, look at that person, right? Like, look at that person, like doing more in a day. I keep wondering, look at that person doing more in a day than others would do in a week, right? Look at that person that's like all over, like, doing all of these things. There's always an energetic detriment to be experienced in relationality to the way that we find ourselves energetically. And that's what I keep on getting, because bee energy often has situations by which energy holds grievances because you're not moving at the same speed as them, is what I keep on getting, right? Because I've got this type of energy around you, right? Like, I've got some kind of energy around you that, like, it's interesting, because, like, it's almost like, and it's like, I want to point this out, like, it's interesting because it's showing me bee and bear energy, right? And the thing about bee and bear energy is I see the bee, and when the bee, like, I'll point this out, like, the bear energy can often be disrupted by the bee, right? Because the bear energy often takes, like, a lot of time to, like, roll over or to move around, right? It takes a lot to, like, energetically kind of move into the space of getting energetically ready. And so the modality by which I see situations, and I like to point this out, right? Like I see you kind of moving through things, and I keep on hearing like the space by which, right? Like the space by which you say to someone, like, we'll catch up later, right? And the modality by which I keep on hearing you say to someone, we'll catch up later. And I keep on hearing you keep that, like you keep that, I see you being like, you keep that, right? Like you've got it here. Like you've got like the energetic tally point in terms of what it is you're energetically doing, right? I keep on seeing the energy that has lost opportune moments with you is energy that misconstrues your busyness as forgetfulness. You know, I keep on seeing there is energy that literally missed the blessing with you because they decided to get all, I keep wondering, because they decided that you being energetically busy was something that they had to take energetically personally, is what I keep on seeing, right? And that's the thing about it. Like and this is what I keep on hearing from one of your guides, right? You don't curse a bee for buzzing, is what I keep on hearing. You don't curse a bee for buzzing, because the modality by which, I keep wondering, the modality by which you're not doing it for yourself, right? The modality by which I see you, right, working so tirelessly. Like there they are. I'm like, again, like they're like the space, and this is why it's protection, right? Because what do you understand do you understand the divine protection that happens in that? There you are, so busy, right? And this is the misperception fallacy that energetically protects you from it, right? There you are, so busy, right? So busy. And another person who's too deep. I tried to say deep, and dope came out. I tried to say deep, and dope came out. Here comes the person who's so deep in their own ego. What does the ego say? I guess they don't have any time for me, right? And that is exactly the protection, because the recognition that you don't do anything for yourself, right? The modality by which you are literally doing everything for everyone, right? Their concentration on themselves has blocked them from making an energetic connection with you, specifically because they were seeing you as someone who could do something for them, right? So that is the type of energy around. It's like a centrifugal force, if you will. And I actually feel like I almost see the space by which I feel like I almost see some, and that's what I mean. I hear some gripe energy around you, right? I hear some energy potentially articulating upon grievance. And that's why I keep on seeing, like, I almost feel like I see some energy perpetually protecting you in rooms that you're not in, that recognizes that you move in this way, right? The space by which another person says, oh, they didn't have time for me. And another person, I almost see the energy that does not go out of their way to clear another's misconception. That's how well you're protected, right? Somebody being in a room with someone and them looking at you and turning their nose up and going, I guess you don't have any time for me. And I see the energy protecting you going, exactly. Right? Like I can almost see the energy not like protecting you further, right? I see the energy almost protecting you further by not clearing another person's misconception, because they see them clearly having been in energetic connection to you, right? Like it's like that is what I'm getting. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, Queen of Swords, right? Like that, I almost see someone like that's somebody, the energy that's close to you, you know, recognizing and being able to you can't fake this, right? The energy, I keep wondering, the energy that's close to you, right? And often energy like this, and I have to point out, the energy that's close to you cares about you, which means they don't ask you for things and they get everything, right? The energy that cares about you is the energy that doesn't ask for anything and they get everything. And that's why I see this energy in the modality by which another person looks at you. I keep on hearing the space by which another person protects you because they see the modality of someone going, I guess they don't have time for me. And the modality of another person seeing you, like the modality by which they see you as a possession in the space by which their feedback is the fact that it's clear that you're so, right, like you're operating on need, right? And they're operating on greed, right? Like someone who's energetically greedy for your time. And that's why I see the energy that doesn't, right, it doesn't work to clear it. I keep wondering, it allows, they observe and allow the misconception to remain because they see it as that protection, is what I keep on seeing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th person read for today. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment and read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And also, friends, we are at 31.4K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. Excellent. First time in months. Well done, Minnie. See? I love that question. Bridget is getting some tea. Absolutely. I'm going to ask the same thing for my next reading. Absolutely. You don't have nothing to be scared of. My daughter sends me that same face. That's great, Dada. Absolutely. And I had to do it for myself first. Yeah, in the cabinet. See? Yeah. I do have that energy, the bee energy. Look at you guys. I'm literally cleaning my bathroom and guest room as we speak. It's confirmation. And Allie, thank you for the follow. Yeah, you were right in guessing that. You were right in guessing the bear. Yeah. Yeah, I've dropped multiple friends because they were flaky. Yeah, and I keep on seeing, it's like I keep on hearing it's not, it's like it feels to me like I just keep on seeing it. You're too busy, right? You're too busy to have flaky energy around you, you know, because I literally see, like, that's the modality by which, right? Like I see you trying to say to another person, it's not personal, but it's you kind of observing and recognizing what's possible. Yeah, I've made time for you. I value that. Exactly. It's really sweet. It is very sweet. Hold on a minute. You're so welcome, dear. We have a new type of reading to add. Rumor has it. It is. It's one I'll have to consider adding. Minnie, from yesterday's 50K, absolutely. I've got you on it. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the, hold on a minute, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 person read for. Thank you, dear. Okay, perfect. And the next person, hold on a minute. Oh, Bridget. You guys are my friends. This resonates. You belong with us. I love it. You're so welcome. Excellent. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Stella. Stella, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And in the meantime, while we wait, oh, thank you for letting me know, Stella. We're going to do another intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the otter. Thank you for participating. We'll do it again after the next reading. And I'm going to pin up Stella here. Guys, make sure to give Stella some love. All right. And just bear with me a moment. One minute. Perfect. All right. So this information is a little bit sensitive, so I'm going to ask a moment as I read over the information before I start the reading. While I read, a prompt in terms of something to speak about while we wait is, what was the last thing you did where you stepped out fearlessly? Thank you. You have nothing to apologize for in relation to anything you're asking me to read for, first and foremost, Stella. Yeah. I got you, dear. And first of all, I need to just send you so much support. This is completely unbelievable. Like the fact that you have to experience this. I just need to go on the record as saying it's like the level of not okay is profound. So we're getting some clarification on. We're getting some clarification specifically on why these things keep happening in relationality to it. So basically, what is happening in terms of the fact that this individual went through a traumatic episode that they're trying to heal from, and everything they keep on hearing about it makes it worse or instead of better. 4 cards, please. Yeah, 3 cards. Thank you. So I need to stress this. So remember, this is a continuation of the reading that we had yesterday about this. So remember how I said that another person had created a miserable experience for themselves? And the observation of a miserable experience is, that's not me. That wasn't me articulating upon the context. That wasn't me putting a value judgment on their experience. It's that they built their own misery, right? Because misery is experienced when we create a life around us that isn't one that holds the authentic framework of the self, right? It's the space by which the lie becomes our life, okay? So we see a situation by which another person's lie has become their life, and they're trapped in that lie. And the lie that they were energetically trapped in is the fact that they are happily in relationship. You got firsthand evidence that that wasn't the case, because the first opportunity that someone had to take energetic advantage of you, they did. And further from that, they tried to blame you for expecting that something about that incident was going to change their relationship to you, which is a natural way you would expect something like that to happen. It created deep trauma for you, and also it was further traumatizing because another person made you feel crazy or tried to deny that it happened in the first place in the space by which, right, and this is what we identify, it would have persisted if you kept it a secret, right? You're literally seeing, and this is what we identify with trauma states, right? They're not going to come out right and say, right? There's no energy in a trauma state that says this will keep happening as long as you play cool and pretend it's not happening, because that is awful. But that's literally what is happening with everybody that is around this person. And you notice this, right? You notice this tendency in the modality by which, like, they're clearly married, but then why are they around, right? Why are there all these unattached people connected to them that seem very eager to energetically protect them, right? They have an interest in that lie being held up. And even in the space by which you articulated, right, the trauma that you caused to them was actually in the space by which you required them to admit it, and then having to see how quickly they realized that they weren't tricking anyone, right? They became trapped in their life. Their experience worsened, not because you did anything, but you revealed to them that what they thought was clever, right? What they thought they were getting away with, everybody around them knew they were doing it every moment in the space by which they tried to erase the fact that they articulated that it occurred. And that is what you basically see. You see the toxic energy around the person trying to create energetic erasure of what is happening. And one of the ways that someone tries to create energetic erasure is by creating confusing stories, right? Mismatching stories that add more confusion to things, because trauma situations thrive in confusion, right? Trauma situations thrive in the space by which someone says, yeah, a lot of people say a lot of different things, and oh, look, now we can't tell the truth because there are so many different stories floating around. So that intention, right? And you see the fact that these are all connected. You see the fact, right? You see what they're trying to effectively transcribe. You see how the toxic energy is trying to transcribe something because you articulated previously that you spoke to someone close to you, to them, about the fact that they hurt you. And they said they can't do that because they only go to others who they pay for services from. And then you had someone try to articulate to you that you had effectively received money from them, right? In the context of the identification point, right? Not that there's anything energetically wrong with that in a space by which is energetically consensual, but what you're seeing is the non-consension of someone trying to create confusion and trying to change the energetic story of what happened between you to make it okay, right? Because that is, you see, like the whole story that they came up with, the story that the family and potentially the partner concocted to articulate that they were aware of it the whole time, right? You're seeing the full concoction. And the concoction, the reason you can tell it's a concoction is because when you put it together, it creates the same story. So the concoction that they're energetically trying to create was that this person has leeway, right? They're trying to create the concoction after the fact of the person that they're energetically connected to, articulating that they have leeway as long as they are in a space by which it's transactional. And so the only way they can energetically erase the lie that's going on, right? The lie that is actually true, which is what happened to you and how they energetically violated you, is the modality by which they try to paint you as the person that they transacted upon. So the modality or the experience, right? You can see how toxic the energy around a person is, because it's not just the fact that they went through on a lie, but all of the energy that is working to support that lie, to protect the experience that they have being in proximity with the life that they've created around themselves that's so miserable. This energy is trapped. This energy could not leave their experience if they wanted to or tried at this point. If this energy was about to come true, like if this energy decided, like you are literally seeing what happened in the modality by which this person tried to become more authentic, right? This is literally what you see. This is what we talk about creating a miserable experience. It's the energy by which another person said, stop saying that. This is what we're saying instead, right? Literally, and this is why every time you pick up on that person, and I need to point this out, the misery that they're experiencing isn't the fact that they're longing to be with you. The misery that they're energetically experiencing is the observation that you made them aware of how trapped they are in something that they themselves energetically created. That's why we articulate that it's a miserable experience. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, Queen of Swords, right? This is literally what you're basically seeing here, right? And you're giving all of the energetic, like you're giving all of the confirmation. The way you can tell is the consistency is the clarity, right? The consistent thread of something not true that's moving around is articulating upon the story, right? That is literally the rumor mill. That's a fabricated story that more than one person is trying to energetically share, which is showing you the full source of the trauma that another person has around themselves. And that's why I articulated that if you are actually looking for someone who is energetically harmed by this person, you can't go to someone that's in proximity of them. Because if the energy around them is holding up their lie, right, then it's the modality by which, like, it's not the space by which the energy is going to say, oh my goodness, thank you for telling me, if they already knew, right? If somebody's been swallowing a lie for decades, if somebody every day wakes up, right, and this is what happens, is I know it's sad, but it's true. Some people wake up every day and their experience when they're in an unhealthy relationship is saying, what lies do I have to swallow today? What fabrication is this person going to tell me that I have to effectively grin and bear? And so the recognition of them being in a space by which they're perpetually swallowing lies, and you're saying, hey, they're lying to you. The energy's like, I know. Stop blowing. Like, that's the energy goes, I know. Don't, like, you're ruining, like, that. This is the energy that's like they take energetic offense because they've been swallowing the lie every day, right? It's not the space by which they're going to say, oh my. They're not going to say, oh my. They're going to say, how dare you, right? They're going to like, and the way you can tell is the fact that they're immediately prepared to tell you what actually happened. And that's how you can tell trauma, being like, this is what actually happened, right? That is them basically saying, like, that person is trapped in their experience. And they're saying to you, they're like, this is what we're saying to keep them trapped within it, right? But that's not the space, like, and this is the thing about it, you can't feel bad for them in that position because they put themselves in that one, right? So thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the 6 person read for today. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing a giveaway today. When we get to 50K likes, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. Stella! Donna! Nice. I had to try it. Hi there, one moment. And thank you for those gifts, Rainbow. Good to see you today. Absolutely. Thank you as well, Laurel. Personally, I think courage is about doing things when you are scared. So it's okay if you have your, oh no, I completely agree. Couldn't agree more, Rainbow. Absolutely. I guess I'm not that fearless. I mean, but there's also health, like fear is healthy, right? Here, healthy fear is there to protect us. Unhealthy fear is there to prevent us. I'm happy to read for you on that, Kelly. If you'd like to get on the list is open. You will be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 person read for. Oh, we're doing our best, Galactic, right? We gotta I feel like we all have to answer the call to that to a certain extent, right? Yeah. Oh, Nicole! Wait, oh, what? Who's not allowed to? Oh my gosh. Absolutely, Nicole. Yeah. I'm sending you so much support on your healing journey. Mm-hmm. I didn't know. Oh, you didn't know. Oh, that's wild. That's wild, Stella. There seems to be a common theme. Thank you guys for supporting each other. Here's the thing about it. Here's the wild thing. I don't think it was them that spread it. I think it's the energy trying to cover it's energy. You can see it's the energy around them trying to cover their tracks and them being honest about something. Is what I keep on seeing. That's how bad it is. Yeah, that's what I was seeing when I was reading for it. Yes, Vixie, there are spots left. I've got one, two, three. I've got, if you get on the list right now, you'll be hold on a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4. You'll be the 5th person read for. Ignorance is not bliss. Fair. Yeah, I know it's pain, but like that, I mean, I need to keep on pointing this out, Stella. This is why, right? I know that you've been healing from it, but I feel like that energy, like the space by which you were protected from something, like you being able to articulate it is what effectively healed it for you. I know it didn't feel like that at the time, but I hope that articulating to you the full shape of what I'm seeing is helping you understand, right? Like it's not like it's like it's not the fact that you couldn't be with this person, but this is what the energy around them is going through each and every day. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Ronan. Ronan, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And just a reminder to those joining us across the other apps today, if you would like to get on the list, we read for here highest priority messages from spirit, life path, mediumship, dream interpretation, angelic guidance, animal spirit guide readings, pet readings, akashic, mind, body, spirit, and love. If you have information that you feel is necessary for the purposes of our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only disco channel in the appropriate channels. How are you doing today? Excellent. All right, let's continue. I got you, dear. All right, let me post you up here. And Tracy, thank you for the follow. Before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the dog. Thank you for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. And thank you, Per, for getting on the list. I've got 4 spots available today before the list will be closed. And can I please get, and also we're at 38.2K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. Can I get 3 cards, please, for Ronan? 3 cards, please, for Ronan. 2 here and 1 more. So, the one thing I keep on seeing in relationality to something that I'm identifying here, particularly with the Ace of Cups and the Moon card in its upright, is I feel like the thing you have to be energetically prepared for to a certain extent is emotional floodgates. Like there's heavy signs here, especially with the Ace of Cups in its reversal and the 5 of Swords, that it feels like I feel like a lot of the emotions that I'm identifying here, the best way I can describe what I'm seeing is the unconscious carries a lot of stuff, right? There's a lot of stuff that the unconscious carries that we often feel a disinclination to address, right? And the way I like to identify this type of energy is, and the way we often try to unpack it is by articulating the fact that it wasn't a big energetic deal, right? And it's often like I keep on seeing that there's a lot of that energy there that I almost feel like, and I like to point this out, like as you tread on it, it gets energetically impacted, which is a modality by which we articulate upon something that we feel is energetically fine because we've been carrying it for a long time, right? And so I feel like there's something about that in relationality to some kind of experiences, potentially and particularly as it relates to trauma from the past. And one of the things that's hard, and like this is often, like I like to point out, like one of the things we talk about frequently when it comes to awakening processes is often our awakening is not articulated by like some kind of like amazing moment where we understand, but the space by which we say to another person, you know, like that thing you experienced, you know, the thing we all experience, right? And then another person says, what? And they go, I don't know. What are you talking about? Right? And the modality by which we energetically recognize, right, something that we ourselves experienced that we thought was universal, but instead was profoundly local, is often the space by which we recognize just how energetically traumatized we are, or just the space by which we understand the nature of the scar that we carry or the wound that we carry forward to a certain extent. So I feel like there's a lot of that there. And I feel like there's something about it where, and I keep on getting like, there's a lot of emotional unpacking, right? Or having to work through something to a certain extent. I feel like there's something, and it's interesting too, because I see one thing happening like almost at the same time as another. So it almost feels to me like I see you having to navigate through a situation or circumstance by which there's a lot of energetic emotions that you're experiencing or feeling, but simultaneously being able to articulate upon everything that you yourself haven't, like everything that you yourself like haven't been able to address. Or I keep on saying like something that you effectively like put in the past. Like I almost see you finding the ability to kind of be able to perceive it. And even in the space by which you perceive it, like I almost feel like it creates a space by which you grieve for it. I keep on hearing you grieve for it a second time is what I keep on getting, right? And the reason I keep on getting you grieve for it a second time is because I feel like it's almost you observing, right? Or doing a lot of inner child healing in terms of coming back towards a version, coming back towards a version of the self that you felt was energetically abandoned a long time ago, or a part of the self that you felt that you had to leave in a destabilizing circumstance or situation. I also feel like, I want to give you some bottom of the deck energy on this too. So something to keep in mind going forward. Yeah, I need to point out there's a lot of Knight of Pentacles. There's a lot of Knight of Pentacles in its reversal here. And I feel like there's something in relationality to that Knight of Pentacles energy that, and I want to describe it, like the Knight of Pentacles energy can often make us feel somewhat out of place, or the modality by which we feel like we're energetically missing something, right? And so, you know, we often, like the way that we often articulate this here is we often identify this as like as the lack space, right? And the thing about it is, um, I feel like, I almost feel like there's something about this that's helping you energetically recognize or observe the lack space. Like it's helping one see or identify the lack space in a way by which you're able to effectively find words for it. Or I keep on getting like the ability to be energetically specific because, um, you know, and I think that this is, I actually want to describe this as something that you yourself, like there's something about this that almost feels like you um, energetically addressing something in a way that doesn't feel like it's traumatizing you, because I keep on getting, there are things that we have to go through, and then there are things that we choose to go through. And the modality by which we energetically build into the context of being conscientious about our choices helps us feel strong in them, right? And that's like I feel like it's like it's interesting that we were talking about warrior energy, like as we started like in today's read, because it feels very much like you kind of working through that as well. Because often, and I like to describe this, like especially with like a lot of the work that we build into in warrior lessons, it's some like and that's what's so hard about it. Like warrior lessons are more times than not journeys of surrender, right? Like a warrior lesson isn't the modality by which we like, it's never like, I like to point out, a warrior lesson is never about the articulation of feeling stronger, but the ability of being able to feel like coming out of the other side of something that we ourselves have energetically endured. And so I feel like, in a way, I see you kind of working through something. Like I keep on hearing this, like something that in the past that used to trigger you, that doesn't trigger you anymore. Or somebody, I keep on hearing like some experience, and I keep on hearing it's not disassociation, right? Like it's not disassociation, it's integration. And I like to point out the difference between disassociation and integration is the difference between saying, I don't want to think about that, versus it doesn't help me to think about that, right? Like the ability by which we're able to be proportional in terms of how we perceive things is often it's often like that in itself becomes the energetic gift. And I keep on seeing, I feel like in some way, like that is what it helps you with. It helps you effectively, it helps you think about things in a different way that allow you to carry them in a way that feels more like an act of choice. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, we are at 40K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. And just reading over. Oh, beautiful. Excellent. Utah, I'm happy to read for you on that. If you'd like to get on the list, list is open. You'll be the fifth person read for. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. You did what? Dada! Wow. Holy moly. I mean, wow. Yeah. Be careful with yourself, dear. I haven't seen that movie, Rainbow. Yeah. Oh my gosh, Dada. Oh, Rainbow. Is this trauma potentially the loss? Oh dear. Um, I have to stress it doesn't feel I need to stress it doesn't feel that extreme. If it's any consolation, it doesn't feel um you know, I think that it almost feels like something from the past. Like I'm gonna be clear about what I was seeing there. It feels almost like someone coming towards you. Like it feels like something that comes towards you like almost by way of apology. You know what I mean? And I feel like that's what's so hard about it because like it was almost giving me the space by which like and I keep on describing it um like the observation like it's never like there and I think you'll know this there are some things that we go through and the observation that we were right is the last thing we want to hear, right? Like you know what I mean? Like it's not like it's like that. If you know what it's like, it's no consolation, right? It's no consolation kind of energy is what I keep on seeing. It feels like there's that kind of weight upon it. You know, it feels like I keep on getting it feels affirming, but it doesn't. I feel like and that's what I meant against like you having it like that's why I said it feels like you have to grieve twice because it almost feels like it reaffirms something that you were trying to energetically articulate, but it's like it's almost like the type of thing that you wish like it's like when you know you're right, you wish you weren't, if that makes sense. You know? Yeah. Oh, which flower? Have a good one, Rainbow. Hold on a moment. Absolutely. You're so welcome, dear. And again, thank you for having that reading with me and sending you support on your journey. For my friends, we're at 41.5K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen, and we'll get to 50K in no time. Utah, I'm afraid I don't do pregnancy readings here. Yeah, okay, thank you for confirming you know what I'm talking about. Thank you for the help as well, Jas. Absolutely. Ooh, I don't know if I've ever seen that one. Okay, great. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Avatar. Avatar, if you're here, can you respond in all caps and let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? Utah, I'm just going to reaffirm what I stated previously. We don't do pregnancy readings here. And specifically, I need to point out, even if I could, I wouldn't be doing pregnancy readings on another person because I don't have energetic consent to do that reading. Like it's not like even if I did do a pregnancy reading, I wouldn't do a pregnancy reading in that context because that's like that requires the space of their energetic consent. Yeah. Oh, yeah. There's a bunch of different flowers on this card, you know? Like it's not just one. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list is Avatar. Second call for Avatar. Second call for Avatar. If Avatar isn't here at the moment, we're going to proceed. The next person on the list for today is Jasmine. I'm looking for Avatar or Jasmine. Avatar or Jasmine. Hi, dear. I got you. Okay, thank you. And before we start, we're going to warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. Okay, I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the board. Thank you for participating. We'll do that after the next reading. We'll do that again after the next reading. I'm going to pin you up here. As soon as I started doing this reading, I started feeling like a lot of pressure. Like a lot of pressure in the headspace. I'm not sure if there was something happening with this person with the head or something about blunt force. But we're going to get to it. All right. 4 cards, please. And thank you. 1 more. You know, it's like the one thing they're articulating was like everything happened so quickly, you know? And like, I don't know why I don't know why I keep on hearing someone say that there's like they're articulating upon the fact that you are energetically right about someone. But like, I don't know why they keep on saying I saved them from themselves. I don't know if this person died, like, I don't know if this person protected someone or was protecting someone. Because I just see them shaking their head and saying like they wouldn't change a thing, is what I keep on seeing. You know, like that's the type of person is what I keep on seeing around something. Like I just keep on hearing them say, like they're saying, and I keep on getting, they're acting as someone's guardian angel now. You know, and a lot of this work that I'm seeing is, and it's interesting too, because it says to me, like, I wouldn't be surprised if you get a lot of signs around this person, because I mean, I want to describe, like, when I say that, like, so the best way I can describe the way I see it is that they haven't moved on, but they have no intention of moving on because it feels like they're waiting, right? They're waiting for someone. And I keep on seeing in the space by which they're energetically waiting, they're helping other people cross over right now. Like they always had a job, they still have a job. Like I keep on hearing someone say, I gotta work. I can't not, I gotta work. I was working since I was like, as soon as I could walk, I was looking for a job, is what I keep on getting. It's like this type of, sometimes I see Capricorn energy like this, like someone who's always like, we could turn this into a job. Like that type of energy. Like somebody, like there was never doing anything, like there was never doing anything like somewhat cool with energy like this, because it's like someone who's like constantly like I keep on hearing hustling in the best way possible, but this is what I mean, which is someone being like, we could take this, like we could, we could do with this, you know what I mean? They always like the space by which they were trying to and I feel like I keep on seeing there was always a thing. You know what I mean? Like I keep on getting like the fact that like it was always a thing with them, right? They're like, oh, it's like this is like it's a lot of that is what I keep on seeing. Um, and the thing about it is like, and I keep on seeing this now. Um, you know, I see somebody like I see somebody who like, and this is what I mean. Like this is a type of person, and it feels like it feels very similar to what I was reading a bit with Bridget, which is the space by which I articulate. Like this is a type of person that would look at someone and say, like everybody deserves another chance. Everybody is worth saving. And I feel like even like I keep on seeing like that's why I keep on getting like, even though I got a lot of that like that impact here, like I see somebody who would not change. Like I just keep on seeing they would not change anything. The hard thing about it, and I need to point this out, is it feels like there's somebody here who won't let go of their anger, of someone who's deeply troubled, is what I keep on hearing. They're holding sympathy, right? Like I see somebody who carries no energetic hostility, not only to whatever happened to them, but whoever, I keep on hearing someone say they were very sick, is what I keep on getting. Like I keep on seeing somebody who they're saying that they did they did something when they were sick and now they are well, is what I keep on getting. And the fact that they said it had, like I hear somebody saying it was awful what happened to me, but it had a positive impact, is what I keep on hearing. Except for somebody, like I feel like the fear that they hold. And that's why I see somebody who's working really hard. I feel like I see somebody who's working really hard in the realm of guardianship, because I see somebody who's trying to guard someone in spirit who they're worried is heartsick. And I keep on getting the reason that they're guarding someone in spirit who's heartsick is specifically because I feel like I see somebody who is just filled, like who's just filled to the brim with resentment in terms of what happened to them. And that's all they're worried about, is what I keep on seeing. Like that is what they're worried about. They say, pay attention, plead. Like I feel like I see them like they're almost like pleading. They're saying like they're worried about the person who carries resentment on what happened to them, is what I keep on seeing, because they just keep on articulating they don't feel that, you know? And I can see, and here's the thing about it, I can see a situation by which it's really easy. Like I see a situation here by which I keep on hearing, how could you not resent it? And I see, I mean, like I often see this with energy and spirit, right? Energy and spirit's like, but we like, that's the thing, the resentment stays. Like if there was like the resentment doesn't come with us, it's harder. Like that's what I keep on seeing. Like they're articulating that they've literally forgiven someone, right? Like I literally see somebody who is working through that. But I feel like their concern is I keep wondering, they're worried that some kind of unhealthy pattern is repeating in the space of someone who's allowing, I keep on hearing like allowing their heart to harden because of something that happened to them, instead of getting to the work of trying to heal what created the harm, like what created the environment in the first place, is what I keep on receiving. I want to give you some bottom of the deck on this. They're surrounded by children. They are like literally, like, this is why I see somebody that's so happy, is like, I remember I said, like, they've got a job. Like, I see somebody, I've seen energy like this before. They're surrounded by children, like they're helping. I see them helping. They're doing two different things right now. I see them working really hard in guardianship role of someone. This is why they're not coming back anytime soon. Because I see them, like, not in a bad way, but I see somebody who's working really hard in trying to help another person heal their heart space. And by also trying, but also I see them like literally, like this is literally, this card is literal here. Like, this card is what they're doing in spirit, is what I keep on seeing. And this is why they have no hard feelings about something, right? But this is who they're worried about. You know, this is what I see that they're worried about, right? They're worried about any kind of resentment that has occurred in the act of them energetically passing. I want to thank you so much for having this reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those, like, and this is the hard part, right? There's that Ace of Cups, like, they understand why there might be hard feelings, even if they're not theirs that they're carrying. I want to thank you so much for having this reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. Thank you for supporting each other in these readings. I know that they can sometimes be very heavy and intense. The list is open if you would like to get on the list. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, friends, we're at 47.2K likes if you're joining us on the Clock app. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen, and we'll get to 50K in no time. Yeah. Oh, so it was violent. Okay, thank you for confirming what I was seeing there. Yeah. Oh, oh dear. Thank you. When I say that she passed like that, when I say that, like, she told me we would be together again. Oh, yeah, like, they were articulating the fact that they're waiting. Like, they were very clearly articulating upon the fact that they're waiting. Like, that was the first thing that they were like sometimes I read for energy that's already come, like, this is energy that's like they've got themselves, like, they've got themselves settled in, they got a job. It's like I see somebody like they're not just waiting, but they're not waiting, they're very busy. They're being very busy in the space by which they're waiting. And thank you for sharing the live, Ella. In a dream, she's Aquarius. Oh, did you see them in a dream? Oh, she told you in a dream. Oh, so she visited you in a dream and told you that she was waiting for you. Okay, so let this serve as confirmation on what I was seeing. Oh, Dada, that's wild. Yeah, I know. But I mean, time moves differently there, you know? Yeah, I mean, it says to me that they can see, right? Like, I feel like the hardest thing is, like, I feel like they're constantly working towards energy, trying to help about any feelings of resentment I keep on seeing, you know? And that's what I meant. Like, I can see why, like, I can see how easy it is to carry resentment about something. Yeah. Sunny, I'm happy to read for you if you'd like to get on the list. List is open. I've got 4 spots available today before the list will be closed. Oh, okay. So you're still, yeah, you're still fighting for justice and post a lot of things. I understand. Yeah. It's beautiful. It really is. Yeah. Drew, if you'd like to have a reading, all you need to do is send the donation via my tree that is Binks in it in my bio. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more for non-subscribers. And Soup, thank you for those roses. Absolutely. Yeah, healing. And I feel like I can see you doing that work, right? Like I can actively, like I can see how difficult that's been for you. And they keep on, it's not like, it's not just, it's not just you that they're worried about, is what I keep on seeing. Like, I don't know if there's I don't know if there's a sibling here, or somebody younger, because it feels like there's some kind of young energy that they've got some kind of concern about. Yeah, no. I mean, like, it's no hope. They love you. You know, like I see, like I feel like even in the space by which they came to you in that dream. Oh, welcome, Alexandra. Thank you as well, Siobhan. Yeah. No, this is what listen, this is what I mean about, remember when I said no resentment? Like this is like like when I see somebody here, like this is what I meant about it. Like they're like don't beat yourself up about it, is what I keep on saying. They certainly didn't take it personally. They like I told you, they knew what you were going through. I keep wondering, there is something to be said about knowing something that's too much. I'm afraid I take, if you go, Drew, if you go to my Binks in my Lio, you'll find a tree with Binks in it there, and you'll be able to find all the different payment methods. You're so welcome, dear. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, and sending you so much support on that journey. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today, just bear with me a moment, is, hold on a minute. The next person on the list for today is, I've got Minnie. Minnie, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading. And if you'd like, if you have a general reading, or if there's a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would like to get on the list for today, as I've mentioned, we've got 4 spots available before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps. Thank you, Victoria. Victoria, can you just give me the initial, just the initial, not the full details on where you sent the donation, so I can confirm your spot on the list? I don't want the, don't put the full app, don't put the full name. The apps hate hearing the other apps' names. I just need the initial. You have like 3 different things you'd like a reading on. Well, we can do 3 short readings or 1 long one. So the choice is up to you, Minnie. Ooh, what a question. I got you, dear. So Drew, if you, I just posted it in the comments. You should also be able, if you go to my profile, there is a tree with Binks in it in my profile, and there you'll find all the different ways that you can send a donation if you'd like to get on the list here. Mm-hmm. Excellent. Yes. We're on the same page, but we are the same age, but I do have an older brother and a mother. Maybe that's what they're talking about. Got it. Okay, thank you, Drew. And thank you, Victoria, for getting on the list. I've got 3 spots available today before the list will be closed. Cool. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person that we are reading for, we are doing an Akashic on. But before we continue right now, we are going to warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the bear. Thank you for participating. We'll do it again after the next reading. I know, like now that we have it's funny because now that we had that bee bear analogy, like the fact that Bridget said bee and it was the bear. Okay, one moment. All right. And I'm pinning up Minnie here. Guys, make sure to give Minnie some love. Oh, that came out fast. Oh, wow. Oh, what's up, Strikes? I feel like there's something really yeah. It feels like a continuation of a maturation process, and I almost feel the space, like if you feel incredibly overprotective of someone, I almost see the space by which they were potentially occupying the space of being a child of yours in a previous life, is what I'm getting. And the thing about it is, what do we teach? Like, what is our job with children? We teach children to be brave, is what I keep on seeing. And I think that's and I keep on getting, like, it's interesting because I keep on getting like the word brave just keeps on coming up over and over again, and I keep on getting it's the understanding that I keep on hearing, if we wait for fear to disappear, we'll wait for brave for 1,000,000 years and a day, right? Which is the space by which like bravery does not. I feel like you're like that's what I see in modality to like them. Like I keep on seeing somebody who like often potentially gets in that space by which they articulate upon the fact that they're trying to find the energetic confidence of doing something. And I feel like that is how, in some kind of way, shape, or form, you help this energy profoundly. Because I just keep on seeing it's the observation that brave is simply like brave is what we do. Like brave is what we do. Like our bravery is directly proportional to how much fear we carry, is what I keep on getting. And I have to stress this, literally all of the energy that I drew in the connection was wand energy. Like all of it. Like all of it is what I keep on seeing. All of it. Like all wand. Look at all the wand. And the best way I can describe this, and how do I explain this in a way? How do I explain this in a way that's going to make sense? These wands form a river. Is the best way I can describe it. And the reason I'm going to point out the fact that these wands form a river is because, and I just want to show you, does this person work in science? Because there's a lot of strands around them. Like I'm getting literally like science versus creativity, or the space by which somebody sees, like somebody has some kind of like very scientific mind in relationality to something. Because like I just want to show you like what's interesting about the lesson that I see in terms of this reading, and I'll just show you, right? It's like and there's a lot of education here, because it says, basically this says we learn to do one thing, right? And then we learn to do that one thing so much that it becomes everything. It's like all we do, right? Right. So we do that one thing until we do that one thing so much that it's all we do. And then, right? And then we feel like, look at this. And then we feel, and then we arrive, like we get through all of that work, right? And we arrive into the space by which we go, now what do I do? Right? And then we right? And this is like now what? Like it's giving me a lot, like that's the funny thing about it, which is like it's giving me a little bit of this like now what energy, because and I like to point this out, like this is like the life-changing art. Like I need to point out, this is what happens with like old soul energy, which is the life-changing power of not giving like a flying fig about something, because because you went through, like you went through everybody's, like you did what everybody told one to do to be happy, right? Like the energy that says do this and you'll be happy, do this and you'll be happy, do this and you'll be happy. And then you get to the space by which everyone tells you that you should be happy, and you're not happy because you're exactly the same person who, like you're exactly the same person that you were before you started something. And then you're like, well, forget that. And it's like the minute that you stop caring about finding happiness, about doing what makes you happy, you find happiness, right? Is what I keep on seeing. And so it's interesting because I feel like I see you and them very much working in harmony to try to identify a bliss space. And the funny thing about it is I almost see, like I feel like there's a little bit of this contra energy between you and them, which is like I wouldn't be surprised if there's a situation by which you're becoming more like them when they were a child, and they're becoming more like you when you were a child, right? Because it's giving me, like I keep on seeing there's this like there's this sweet spot right here between you. See that? You see that sweet spot? You see that sweet spot by which you find alignment? And you find alignment by being able to understand that the other one has a point, right? Like it's almost saying that there's something about that here, because I see one person, like I see one person working to overcome a perfection wound, and I see another person, like I always like to keep on, like the one thing I always like to describe is like creativity is the balm of perfection, right? Because the only way you can be creative is if you throw, right? It's like when you're looking for perfection, right? You can't create, because it's often the space by which you criticize the self too much, right? And that's what I mean, because I almost see one person, like I almost see somebody who is more creative getting more studious and rigorous, like working on finesse and refinement. and I see another person allowing themselves to be more energetically messy, allowing themselves to just exist and be happy in that energetic bliss state, if that makes sense. Bottom of the deck on this. Yeah, like this is again, I feel like I would be very conscientious. I don't know if this is a situation by which someone's older than you. Like often you can tell the space by which another person was our child, in the space by which even though they're older, we feel like the older one, is what we often get. Like that's usually a good indication that someone might have been a child. Like someone might have had a child connect you in the past life, because you can't, like, it's a space by which you know that you're not older, but you can't shake the feeling that you are, is what I keep on seeing. That can sometimes give us a strong inclination of the fact that you used to be in the space of caring for another, right? Like I wouldn't be surprised if you say, like, be quiet, I'm older than you, and someone being like, no, I'm older, and you being like, no, I am, like that type of energy. Like that's often kind of like the playfulness that you'll see with energy that is in a space by which somebody was a parent in the past life, because it's like you just can't shake the feeling that you are older even if you're not, is what I keep on seeing. So if you feel like that, let that actually serve as another point of confirmation there. Thank you so much for having this reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very, and I like to point out often what happens when somebody was occupying the space of our child in a past life is we come here to the joy of being able to share the experience on an even plane, which would give more of those indications of more of the indications of that river that articulated, because it's the space by which you get to float together, right? You get to move through it. You get to move. You get to move together upon it, instead of feeling like you have to energetically, even though you do, you can't shake the feeling of needing to protect, but it allows you to get to experience something in harmony, instead of, like I keep on hearing, in harmony instead of in harbor, is what I keep on getting. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. What's up, Strega? Oh, you here for the next reading? Strega's very invested in the next reading. You trying to come over here? What's going on? All right, who am I reading for next? Oh, Per. No wonder, Per. Okay. I'm still looking for Avatar. All right. And just taking a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Yeah, you saw all those wands, right? Sigmama, thank you for the follow. You're welcome, Toby. Don't. Oh, Lord. Yeah. Yeah, let me tell you about the flowers and the bees. Yeah, the guides have a lot to say on it. Thank you as well, Strega. Yep. Yep. I had a reading on Sunday, and my friend was, yeah, oh, well, yeah, here she comes. Yeah, come on over. What are you doing? Where are you going? There, thank you. This is nice. You almost never do this. What's going on right now? Yeah, this is not helpful. I cannot do a reading with an elephant blocking the screen. Yeah, you can't. This is what I have to deal with. Yes, nobody wants to see your butt. Nobody. Listen. Have some decency, Strega. Come on. You have to protect your modesty. Come here. Look at this elephant. Okay, come here. What are you doing? You want to be baby? Okay, come here. Oh my gosh. Okay. Thanks, guys. Strega doesn't usually do that, so I'm very interested in what's going to happen with the next reading. You cannot be on there right now. You can't. You can't. Like, literally, it's not going to work, okay? I have to give the reading. Okay. What's up? Okay. Sorry. Just bear with me. Yes. I would consider it. I'm going to tell her this tomorrow and bring text. She's an Aquarius moon. Oh, she does tarot. Thank you for confirming. Yes. Like right on your wedding. Strega, you're being ridiculous right now. What are you doing, you silly baby? Yeah, she's very knowledgeable about things. Oh, like Jack of all trades energy. Yeah, throw fruit snacks. Oh, thank you for the compliment, M. Yeah, this reading. Thank you, Sig. Yeah, we're talking about innovation. Asik, I'm afraid I don't understand what you wrote there, so you might need to translate if you want to be, if you want to share the information. All the wands. Yeah, opposite sides of the coin. Yeah, perfection wound is probably me. Ding, thank you, Siobhan. And thank you for those roses, Soup. Good to see you today. Are you done? Yes, okay, yeah, you can't be there. You gotta go over here, okay? I know, you're deeply invested in this reading, but okay, thank you. Okay, good Lord. Yes. All my exes were my children in a past life. Yeah. People always think I'm the older one. Thank you for confirming what I was seeing there, Minnie. I'm happy to read for you. I'm happy to do a pet reading, Meg. If you want to get on the list, I'm happy to describe the situation with the energy. Yeah, we party on this river together. Exactly. Hold on a moment. You're welcome, Minnie. I know the butt. Come on. Apologies for that. I didn't mean to like offend anybody's sensibilities. Strega was feeling saucy. Yes. No wonder. I take care of her. I can take care of her with the 3D stuff a lot. Yeah, I get that. No, thank you for confirming. So Toby, the way the readings occur here is personal, like the readings that we do here. You don't have to message me anywhere but here. You just need to send the donation. You have the reading here. If you want to book a private reading, you can book one on my site. I understand, Minnie. That would be more, I told you that's more of that parent energy I was talking about. She is a sweetie. We're invested in the bus shots. She does. She was like all up on that reading. How you doing today, Dalish? How they're, well, all you do, you just, like, this is how they, like, the algorithm works in mysterious ways. Dalish, these are donation-based readings. So if you'd like to get on the list, I've got 3 spots available today. You will be, if you would like to claim one of those spots, it's 3 cards for $29 for non-subscribers. Yes, yes, very saucy. Okay, that said, I'm still looking for Avatar. If Avatar isn't here per you're the next person up, can you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? Hi, dear. Oh, we've got to do the giveaway. Thank you for reminding me. I appreciate you. Okay, so we are going to do a giveaway right now. Before we continue, I am thinking of a number. I am thinking of a number right now between 1 and 43. First person I see that posts a number will get the reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in a different order than you guys post them. Must have picked a good one today. Oh, wait, I think I got it. Everybody stop. I'm just going to make a miss it before. Bum, bum, bum. Yeah, I think that was it. Ella, congratulations. You got the 50K. We will do that again when we get to 100K. Ella, that reading will be available to you starting tomorrow. In the meantime, if anybody would like to get on the list, 27. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Yeah, Drew, yeah, you don't, you have to, yeah, like, so I take that. I also take PayPal, if that makes sense. I also take, there's a couple of different ones, not just the V, right? There, you can also utilize STRIPE. It should all be up in terms of different payment methods. If you want to have one today, here. Okay. You're welcome, Ella. All right, let's continue right now. Now, what were we reading for her? Can you let me know if we're doing a general or if you have a specific question? And well, I'm afraid I don't take that one. We can also do it. I also do readings here for the gift of a baby dragon. If you would like to give a gift through the app on the clock app, a baby dragon will also get you on the list if it helps. Oh, we're doing a rumor has it read. Okay, before we continue, I'm going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, it is, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the seal. Thank you for participating. We'll do it again after the next reading. And just a reminder, friends, we are also trying to build our numbers over on the place where we keep the photos. How you doing there, Opalescent Tara? If you would like to have an affirmation from the guide for the advanced soul, all you need to do is head over to the place where you keep the photos. Make sure to give us a follow there. Also, if you're already following me, and when you do, put the word follow there. And if you're already following me and would like, if you would like an affirmation, share that live with 3 friends and comment shared in the feed, and I'll also draw an affirmation for you. Excellent. Okay, and we are now doing rumor has it. All right. I mean, I consider it more an aura read is how I would actually interpret that. So can I get an aura read, please? That was super fast. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Huh. Okay. So I keep on getting the same message coming through. And it's something I'm just hearing around you, which is the most put together energy attracts the messiest energy, is what I keep on getting. The most put together energy attracts the messiest energy, is what I keep on seeing. And I think, like, here's the thing about it, right? Like, you've got a gift, you know. You've got an absolutely, you've got, like, I keep on getting, like, energy that knows you just sees you as incredibly polished. Effortless is what I'm getting. Effortlessly polished. And it's often like it's working into, like, effortlessly polished is often the space by which, like, I keep on seeing, like, especially you often see that, like, I like to point out those with like Virgo and Capricorn placements sometimes often embody this, right? Gives that air of, like, I keep on hearing, like, the sophistication, right? Like the sophistication that you bring to everything, even though if you don't feel that way, is what I keep on hearing. I wouldn't be surprised if you have a lot of people that are potentially commenting upon your taste, or asking you like where you got something, is what I keep on seeing, or someone saying, I could wear that, but it wouldn't look the same on me. Is what I keep on seeing that, and be like if I do that, like, you know, it's like that kind of thing, you know, because it's very hard. It's very hard to have a nuanced look, right? it's very hard to have a nuanced look, because like a nuanced look is not about what you're wearing. It's about who, like, it's about how you embody, right? It's like what you're effectively embodying. Um, and that's why I think it's really funny, because it makes a lot of sense, the aura that's around you, and the fact that, like, right before this reading, Strega did something that she has not done before. I mean, I've seen her do it, but she hasn't done it in the context of this live, not in a really long time. She sometimes tries to do it when I'm doing, she knows better. Like, she sometimes tries to do it when I'm doing client readings, where she'll come over and walk all over the cards. It's like her putting her stamp of approval on something. But the fact that she made the intentional choice of coming onto the table and showing like, the fact that she came on the table, the fact that she tried to climb onto the table and then picked the absolutely most awkward, right? Like the most awkward position that someone could possibly like experience, and then me struggling, right? Like me struggling to try to get her off the table and try to bring some decorum to a situation that she was like accidentally making like very like awkward and uncomfortable. That is often, I feel like that the thing that happens is, it's not about you bringing that. It's not about you bringing that. But something about, I'm going to say something about the previous energy around you is what I kept on getting, right? Which is like I keep on, and I feel like I would not be surprised if you've had conversations, right? If you've had subtle conversations with energy, like with others, where they say like, what do you see in that person? Because I see the fact that you're very sapio. You're very sapio when it comes to relationship. And being very sapio in relationship can often be the space by which you say to somebody, I know they look like the space which you say to somebody, like, I know they look like out of place, but if you could only see what I see in their headspace, right? Like, that's often what we articulate in relationality to building into a sapient relationship, right? Because it's the space by which another person goes, and you'll usually see somebody go, that's not the person I expected to see beside you. That's a polite way. Here she comes again. Yeah, here she comes. You're going to do it again? That's a polite way of saying it, right? The energy that tries to find tact in being like, oh, you brought somebody. You brought somebody. Oh, but even in the space by which it's like the energy that's always amazed. I keep on hearing the word dumbstruck, right? Like dumbstruck by it is what I keep on seeing. And I think that a lot of that, like, and I think that this is, like, I feel like it again has to do with the fact that, and I think that this is what I mean about it, right? Like, everybody else sees you as sophisticated, but you see yourself as energetically messy, right? You see yourself, you know, everybody else sees you as exquisite, and you see yourself as like exquisite energy always feels like there's nothing, like they're energetically plain, but recognizing that the quality, like there's nothing plain in the modality of being exquisite. It's the fact that there's nothing there to perfect, you know? Like it's just the space by which we energetically work through. And so I keep on seeing that I feel like some of the concern, like I feel like it's interesting because I feel like the conversation that often happens is potentially related. And I know that I don't want to make this entirely about counterpart, but I feel like the only thing I keep on seeing here around you has to do, right, with the modality of working into like healthy counterpart connection or the space by which another person like identifies. Like I see somebody saying like not completely sure, right? Like I see the energy being like, I can't believe, like I almost see somebody being like, I can't believe that energy is energetically free. Like I almost see the energy, like there's some kind of feeling of disbelief there. But I also see that is also the continuation of you energetically healing, right? By recognizing that you yourself are worthy of appreciation and care, right? So that's a continuation that we see that's happening right now in the modality of, right? And I keep on seeing this energy. Like it's actually interesting because I just keep on seeing, like, I almost feel like there's some energy that like at the time that there was a separation, some kind of energy almost like breathing a sigh of relief, specifically because, right? And I don't want to make any quality in terms of how you felt about the connection, but somebody feeling that somebody that you are energetic connected to was not worthy of you based upon the way that they were energetically treating you or prioritizing you. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, that five of, like, here's the thing about it, right? I see you, like that's what I meant about a sapio connection, somebody who needs mind activation in order to feel energetically invested. But I keep on hearing like a good mind connection should feel like dance, not active combat. Is what I keep on hearing. I just keep on saying a good mind connection should feel like a dance, not active combat. Is what I keep on getting. It should feel like, I just keep on hearing the same thing. It should feel like a dance, not active combat. But sometimes, I keep on hearing, sometimes in lieu of one, the other will suffice, is what I keep on hearing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list for today, I've got 2 more spots available before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Like Nikki, I just want to point out, I love the fact Nikki says, wait, what is the premise of the reading? I want one. With no context, no context, just be like, I want that. Good to see you, dear. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. You're so welcome, Per. Absolutely. And thank you for the follow, Raleigh. Thank you, Queen, for the heart knees. Excellent. Hold on a minute. It's like spelling bad words in front of a toddler. I love that. Excellent. It was an aura reading. So basically, like, we're reading the aura around the self. And thank you, Fazel, for the follow. I'm everything but polished. Again, this is not about what you think. This is about others think of you. I am not. I only look that way. You see, but you know that the others say that about you. Thank you as well, Raleigh. And thank you for those heart knees, Queen. Oh, Per. Excellent. I know a guy who can help with that. Amazing. And Julia, thank you for getting on the list. And we've got one spot available today before the list will be closed. Oh my gosh, that's me too. I asked a question every time I got a new partner. Okay, thank you. Thank you for confirming. I'm asked that question every time I get a new partner. Yeah, sapio. So basically, sapiosexual means somebody who must be, someone who must feel intellectually stimulated in order to feel a romantic connection with someone. Yeah. I'm messy with a good poker face. Yes. And thank you, Trevor, for the heart knees. You better work. Thank you, Nikki, for getting on the list. The list is now closed, friends. If you would like to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for. You also have privilege, which means that you'll have the opportunity of being read for before we start the Daily Collective. Also, a reminder to anyone joining us, if you're interested in having an affirmation read from a guidebook for the advanced soul, if you head over to the place where we keep the photos, give me a follow there, comment followed. I'll be happy to read you an affirmation. And if you're already following me, if you can share the live there with 3 friends and then comment shared, you'll also be eligible for a reading. For an affirmation reading. In essence, it's almost the same. In what's almost the same, Raleigh? And thank you, Susie, for those roses, dear. Good to see you. You're welcome, Per. Excellent. Hi there, Trevor. You're so welcome, Ella. I got you on the list, Julia. I'm going to read the list now for anybody waiting. Yep, hold on, Victoria. I got you. One sec. Yeah, I'm going to read the list for those who are on the list. The list I have right now is Victoria, Grace, Julia, and Nikki. The list is now closed. Anyone who gets on the list today will be added to the list for tomorrow, and you'll have first privilege, which means if you get on today, you'll have the opportunity of being read before the Daily Collective begins tomorrow. You posted it under general, got it. Fave word, suffice. Oh, that's your wife's favorite word? It's a good word, right? Yeah, we got to bring back suffice, you know? Reading swaps. You're welcome. Thank you very much. Oh, you're welcome, Raleigh. Hi, Nina. We're doing good. How long have I been on? We've been on since about 1. Hi from Australia. I got you on the list, Julia. You're welcome, Ella. Thank you for the baby dragon. Julia beat me. Gemini moon. Yeah, Gemini moon will do that. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I got to stimulate my soul. Oh, you just got on the clock app a little while ago and people are already trying to attack. Well, I'm very sad to hear that. I don't think anyone's going to, we got a very simple rule in this room, Nina, which is as long as the only rule you have to be able to navigate in order to stay here is you've got to be kind. You got to be kind to me. You got to be kind to everybody else here. As long as you're kind, then you're welcome to stick around. It's a daily occurrence. I'm very sad to hear that that's the case, and I hope that this can be a safe space for you. Okay. And guys, please remember, don't message weird people promising weird things. Be safe out there. Something you said about dancing and combat and martial arts, it's referred also basically the same. Really interesting. Thank you for confirming. And thank you that this message connected to you as well, Raleigh. Excellent. Thank you, Trevor. I told you guys, Bridget unlocked a new reading today worthy to be on the list. Excellent. Well, it's okay. So, Nina, we do a daily free collective here each day. That's now available as a podcast already over on Spot and Stack. You can also catch up if you missed the Daily Collective over on the place where I keep the videos and photos. And again, the list is closed today, but if you get on the list today, you have privilege tomorrow, which means that you can be read for before we start the Daily Collective tomorrow. So if you still want to get on the list, it's a great time. Also for those waiting, all of my super fans who are waiting for their free 1 card, I've got 4 more readings today, and then we're going to get started on 1 card reading. So you've got about 40 minutes before we start the 1 cards. Next person on, if you want to become a super fan and receive a 1 card, just hit that orange button if you're joining us over on the Clock app. If you're joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, your paid membership makes you eligible for a 1 card. And that's why I'm encouraging you guys to make sure that you give me a follow over on the place where we keep the photos, because I'd like to be able to offer that there too. But I need like 10,000. I need 10,000 people to follow me over there before I can offer membership. It's crazy, but we'll get there. All right. No, I didn't see that, Nikki. Excellent. All right, let's continue right now. It's not a long one. I just got on later today. So, all right, the next person on the list for today is Victoria. Victoria, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Oh, that's convenient. Excellent. And Trevor, thank you for sharing the live. I appreciate it. Second call for Victoria. I got you. Second call for Victoria. If Victoria has stepped away, the next person on the list for today is, I'm still looking for Avatar. Oh, Victoria, you're back. Welcome. Excellent. Victoria, can you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And while we wait, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. When we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, you sent a life path reading. Thank you for confirming. We got this, Sal. Thank you for. Oh, I know what I already know what Nikki's going to say. Go ahead, say it. Go ahead, say it. Go ahead. Come on, I'm waiting for it. Yes, Sal does. It does sound a lot like cow. I got it. Okay. I was just waiting. I mean, come on. It's just not if, it's just when, right? All right, let's get started. Hold on a minute. I'll take the win. I knew it. Oh, yeah. I got you. Are you comfortable with me reading this out loud? Is this inside tea or outside tea? And I just need a minute before we continue. Oh, good. Okay. All right. Where were we? Outside tea. Perfect. Okay. I've had 2 readings with you this week, and my life path was brought up. Something about blending 2 things together. As someone with ADHD, I struggle with focus. And if you could pinpoint what those 2 things are that I should be focusing on to bring together, I'd appreciate it. I'll ask my guide to tell you since I can't really hear them myself yet, and whatever they think I need to do to work on my confidence in this pursuit. Okay, I will articulate that this is not in any way, shape, or form a medical reading. That said, energetically, let's take a look in terms of delving into those 2 things that I'm seeing that need to effectively be unified. And in the meantime, I'm going to go ahead and pin up. Final call right now for anyone over on the place where we keep the photos. That live will be ending and concluding in about 1:47. So if there's anybody else who would like to join me before that concludes and get an affirmation, this is the final time that you have before that reading will end. So just a reminder to anyone who's joining us over on the place where we keep the photos, the feed there has a time limitation and it's about to complete. So if you want to continue to follow us, you can follow us either on the place where we keep the videos where we'll continue to stream. You can also find us over on the clock app. And again, if not, thank you guys for joining us over on the place where we keep the photos. We will continue to proceed with this reading, but you've got about another minute there before it concludes on its own. Okay. Oh, I accidentally pinned you. Thank you for letting me know, Nikki. Excellent. All right. And thank you. 3 cards right now for Vicky. too. Oh, oh my gosh. Yep. The guide is extra. I love reading. I love reading for this guide because the thing about this guide I think I've articulated is it's a it's a collective ancestral. And the reason I keep on seeing, like I need to stress this, collective ancestrals often come to us when they believe that we are in some way, shape, or form continuing the work that they themselves were doing in this life. And the thing about it is, and often the reason that they come towards us is because they it's like, and I like to consider it like, it's almost like I like to consider it as the space by which they go through it so that we don't have to. And I see somebody who struggles with the same things as you did. The hard part about it is, and it's funny too, because the word saucy is coming through. They're just much more saucy about it, right? I keep on hearing somebody that used to articulate and say, I don't have, this is not me. This is not me. This is the guide. You asked for the guide reading. You've got a very saucy guide that would often articulate and saying, I don't have an attention issue if you're not grasping it. Is what I keep on I just keep on hearing them go, I don't have an attention issue if you're not grasping it. Where is the problem in the room coming from? Is what I keep on seeing, because I see somebody who was literally like, they used to just flit about. They're saying that they used to flit about and it was their best quality, is what I keep on hearing. I do this, I do that. And I keep on hearing they're saying everyone only called me things. I literally see that they describe that they're literally using the word, and this is why they're kind of like being sly. They're using the word roustabout to identify what they used to call themselves in life. And they said they only gave me a nomenclature after the word. Like after it's funny, I said, I was about to say after they departed this world, but I actually said when I tried to say it after the word, right? Which is the modality by which they used to, I feel like they used to be very good. In some way, I almost see somebody who was very good at writing. And when another person would say they're a great writer, they go, I dabble. It's that type of energy, right? Like it's that type of energy, like somebody who they were like, my job, I keep on hearing this energy. This says my job was not in the space of titling myself. My job was the space by which I keep on hearing they would even flit about in the titles that others would give them, right? Like somebody would try to introduce them and be like, this person, they would do this. And they go like, somebody being like, I dabble, right? Like they're just kind of like that was like, they literally like, they took it seriously, not to take themselves too seriously, is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like that is especially why I see them in such close proximity to you. And it's funny too, because they keep on saying, I don't know why they keep on saying this, because even in the space by which they're identifying themselves as a guide, they keep on giving you a nickname that they had rather than their full name. Because I keep on hearing there's a big difference between a guide that says my name is versus you can call me. Because the thing is, and this is what I like to point out, sometimes when I'm reading, I know this is going to sound a little bit weird. Sometimes when I'm reading for a collective ancestral, it's the modality by which they don't necessarily use their name because they know their name carries a lot of weight and would sound incredulous in the space by which another person articulates they're a guide. So they often give themselves a shortening of the name because it's the space by which another person says, if you actually tell people who the guide is, they think you're putting on airs. Again, I'm just reading for the guide here. Okay, it's like that. But that's all to say. So that's all to say that the thing I keep on seeing, and I feel like specifically, thank you for confirming you know what I was talking about, because that actually, again, that actually helps, because I know that even when I said that, it sounds energetically incredulous. So thank you. Now, in relationality to what they're trying to help you with, I would not be surprised if you feel like you're going through an identity issue in some way, right? Because everything this guide is talking to me about is identifying, is working into the context of how one identifies the self. And I keep on hearing them articulating the fact that there's more of a value and weight to that presently than they ever had to contend with in the past, because they keep on saying, like, they're actually describing the culture that we're in now as very entitled, which is like, and they don't mean that. It's funny because they're not saying entitled in the way that we would, but they're saying entitled, but everybody's obsessed with them, is what I keep on seeing. Like, everybody's claiming things instead of doing them, is what I keep on getting. So I keep on hearing that if you're having a hard time pinning down what your purpose is, I keep on hearing them say, they're saying go to 5, they're going, go to 5 friends and ask them how they would describe you. Sometimes the best way to understand how to describe ourselves isn't in the forest, is what I keep on. They're showing me specifically a forest and say it's really hard to describe the forest when you're standing in it. But the modality by which you can move, and it's funny that we're talking about the aura, we're doing a lot of aura work today, because the modality by which you can turn to another and say, what would you say I do, right? Often the modality by which is suddenly we immediately arrive into clarification, and often being a little impressed by how another person would describe us. So I think that there's something about that you should hold to some importance, because they say, I don't know why, but they say that you have a tendency of underselling yourself. And the funny part is, they're saying they're actually pointing themselves going, when I was doing it, it was hilarious. But when you do it, it's a tragedy. So I keep on hearing them say, but like, they're like the fact that there's like, again, the fact that they're saying, I feel like I have to apologize for the guide I'm reading for, because they're very, like, I keep on hearing, they're like, the reason that was leading up to the fact that they're identifying the fact that when they did it, it was very funny, but they don't think it's funny when you do it, is what I keep on hearing. Yeah, the magician energy, right? Because I feel like they're here to help you with your confidence, right? But often it's hard. Like, and I keep on saying, I feel like you sometimes are too hard on yourself for the way that your mind works. But I keep on hearing that's your superpower, right? And I keep on hearing that's why they're coming towards you. It says, don't apologize, like, state it, but don't apologize for it, is what I keep on hearing them say, right? It's only a problem if it hurts you. And I keep on seeing them effectively help. I feel like they're there. I feel like they're trying to articulate that they're there to help you. And this is why I keep on. Remember, I said that they're coming through the cat, and they keep pushing your chin up, right? Because they're saying to you, like, think higher of yourself. Think higher of that, right? And that's why they keep on seeing. They're like they're giving you that little energetic nudge to say, if you do it, it's not. I keep wondering, if you do it, it's not, if you as long as you do it, right, then it's okay to say that you do it, is what I keep on hearing. Like, I feel like you have a little sense of, like you don't doubt yourself as you're actively doing something, to be able to articulate the fact that you're doing it. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Victoria. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. Hold on, I gotta. So typically when I'm doing multiple readings for someone, I've started to keep a book. I just have to take a couple notes for you. I also got to start writing down the name of whose books are what. Sorry, I gotta put this down here. Yep. All right. Okay. All right. Excellent. All right, where were we? All right, so that one's your book, Victoria. So when you come back, also if you guys ever move into mentorships, these are the books that I usually pull into when we start working on mentorship stuff. Okay, a minute. Just bear with me. Smart, because sometimes it's like kind of hard to read. I feel like it can. I can see how it could be. Yeah. Not intention, but the flags in the live streams. Yeah, you know, my hardest part, I wish they would fix it so that when I don't accidentally invite people. I always do that. I'm trying to like scroll and I accidentally invite people. I'll take the win. Yeah, I love this question. Yeah, the guide is extra. Yeah, it is. It's very diva energy. They would define themselves as that. I have saucy guides too. It's very funny. I say I dabble in things all the time. That's what they used to, yeah. But that's what I keep on, that's what I keep on seeing. They were going, when I did it, it was delightful. When you do it, like I see that, like I see that. They're worried that you're not giving yourself enough credit, is what I keep on hearing. Ah, oh, wow. Oh, actually, oh gosh, now I wish you were on I wish you were on the Discord because I'd love to see that shirt. That sounds awesome. Like, sounds like a great shirt. Yeah, I actually worried about that. Yeah, so a collective ancestral, the best way I can describe it is there's some energy. It's like the best way, it's like big deal energy, which is like it's the modality by which another person becomes a collective ancestral by the fact that others energetically recognize or identify them, right? The fact that one has, right? It's like it's often the space by which another person carries an energetic legacy to a certain extent. Is often is sometimes the experience of that allows some of that energy to effectively stay around because they want to make sure that their work continues. Is that usually when I read for them, they usually have something that was very close to them in terms of what it is that they were working towards, and so they often they basically kind of come to a certain extent to try to act as custodian for their legacy, if that makes sense. I know that sounds like I know it sounds a little hard to grasp, but the best way that I can describe, like, and often the way you can usually notice them is the fact that the name would immediately, like the identification by which we articulate that they're a guide would immediately provide the fact that you would recognize them if I were to say their name. Yeah, the name thing, like I want to talk to them, but I don't know how to say it to sound like, yeah, you know, and again, the fact that you're like, I need to stress this, Vixie, the fact that you're pointing out that you feel like that is your confirmation on it, right? Yeah, like you know what I'm talking about. Mm-hmm. No, don't talk to about yourself like that, Nina. No, don't apologize. I needed to hear it. Absolutely. Yeah, I volunteer case study energy. I volunteer. I'm literally writing in a pink. Oh, you're writing in a pink notebook. That's funny. Yours is green. So the one I have for you, this is avatars. So, okay. Yep. Yeah, you understand what I'm talking about, Julia. You got it. Yeah, we already finished the collective T. We're doing personals right now. Yep. Yeah, exactly, Dada. Beautifully stated. Yep, absolutely. I got to point out, it's very hard. I need to stress, it can be very hard for those who have collective ancestrals as guides because it feels like putting on airs, right? Like often the space by which another person has one can often create the space by which one feels a little bit embarrassed because like it's the space like it often creates a space by which another person says nobody would ever believe me. You know what I mean? Like so like it's often like that, right? It's because it feels like there's so much name recognition connected to the guide, which is often why when I'm sometimes reading them, they'll say, you can call me. Like you can, it's easier for both of us. It's easier for both of us. Yeah. So, okay, let's continue right now. The next person on the list for today, the next person we're reading for on the list today is Grace. Grace, if you're here, I'm still looking for Avatar. If you can, I got you, dear. I've got your question. Perfect. Yep. And before we continue right now, just a reminder, the list is closed for today, but if you want to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for. You'll also have an additional card in your read. I mean, you also have first privilege, which means if you get on the list today, you'll be read for before we start the daily collective tomorrow. And the first person we're reading, we're actually reading for Grace right now. I'm going to pin you up here. Absolutely. Guys, make sure to give them some love. And before we continue right now, though, let's warm up the intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Got the stag. Thank you. We'll do it again after the next reading. All right. And we pinned up Grace there. Make sure to give them some love. Can I get four cards, please? What do you want? What? What? Strega's chirping in a weird way. You hear chirping? She's like, yeah. Mm. Mhm. So, in terms of the mind body soul reading I'm seeing right now, is I feel like I feel like I keep on seeing some kind of space. Um, and the word that's coming through, you coming up here? Yeah, okay. Sorry, Strega's all over the place right now. Like I see you kind of working through the space of getting your bearings, right? And the thing about like the thing about um, getting our bearings, and I want to point this out. Um, and I think that this is interesting because I feel like it's coming through one of your guides. Getting our bearings does not mean bearing things for no reason. Okay? Getting our bearings does not mean bearing things um, for no reason, right? Um, and often the space by which we understand what we're bearing for effectively helps us be able to bear more, right? When we understand what we're bearing for, immediately we're able to bear more. Just the way bearings work, right? And the thing about that is that doesn't require the space by which we have no boundaries, right? Like the space by which we are energetically specific in terms of the space, like, and this is the thing about it. Sometimes the way we get our bearings is letting another person recognize the fact that we're bearing something, right? And I want to describe this, and it's interesting too because it's feeling very similar to it's feeling very similar to a reading that we had earlier today, specifically in relationality. Like it's actually coming directly into the space of um, the space by which we're able to identify the nature of our relationships. And I feel like I need to bring this back because I feel like it has to do with the realm of friendship or something in relationality to that, which is the health of, I'm going to kind of, I'm not sure if you're here for the Daily Collective, but we were talking a lot about the fact that the stability of a relationship, right? The stability of a relationship is qualified in the space by which the room that we bring it into does not change the way that we describe it, right? The health of a relationship is navigated by, and this is what we mean about a stabilized relationship as opposed to a situational one, because it's the identification point of understanding the quality and nature of a relationship that is stable is that the way that we describe it does not change depending on the situation that we energetically find ourselves in, right? It's the observation of the stabilization point that makes it very clear. And so I feel like I see you working on that. The reason I bring it forward is I literally see you doing that now. I feel like I see you actively working on getting your bearings. And this is why, I keep wondering, this is why it's important to be able to be clear. Because when we're trying to get our bearings, then we understand, we work to seek the stabilization in relationship because it's not, this is why it's so important to be able to understand the value of the words that we put on a relationship because it literally determines the fact that we are accurately portraying it when we are describing it. And so this is why, like, let this just serve as a lesson in the fact when somebody says, like, oh, like, let's not put a name on it. Never is there anything more dangerous in all of human existence than someone that tries to say, let's just not put a name on what's happening between us. That is someone creating a trauma scenario. That is literally the sound of a trauma scenario forming, because the day will come, right? The day will come when you need to articulate upon something. And the space by which you're not struck dumb in terms of being able to identify, right, what that is, effectively identifies the strength and nature of the energetic relationship. And so I feel like what's interesting about this is I almost see you kind of moving away and losing some relationships right now, specifically in the context of energy that isn't able to effectively articulate or define what is energetically happening between you. And I feel like that's even happening in the space of friendship, right? Because friendship should not be nebulous either. And I keep on hearing friendship should be supportive, not dependent, right? Friendships are supportive, not dependent, in the modality by which we identify and understand how we support each other. We don't demand support from one another, is what I keep on seeing. Now, the positive on this is I see some kind of process by which you yourself are getting clearer in terms of what that ideal is. And I would articulate, I think that now would be a very good opportunity to make sure that you're spending a lot of time in meditation as to what your higher self is doing and writing down the energetic tableau that you effectively see or identify in those contexts, because I do feel like I feel like this spring is going to be very supportive. I feel like I see this spring as a growing season for you, but I also see, right, I feel like some of that growth is coming by accepting the reality of situations. And I like to point out, sometimes the reality of a situation is recognizing what is the full shape of our manifestation goal versus the space by which we're occupying what we need to energetically heal, or the modality by which we ourselves, like I keep on seeing, like this is you, like I see you like addressing longing within you in ways that you never have before, because I keep on seeing that I keep on getting like that longing. Like I keep wondering, if you have a clear solution to your longing, it's not longing, it's a lack of direction. If there is a clear solution to what will heal your longing, that's not longing you're feeling, it's a lack of direction. And that's potentially the question of asking if that's occurring within the self or outside of the self. Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, especially with the World card in its reversal, right? The world will often try to not give us directions and then tell us it's a you problem, right? Like the energy, like when we're in a trauma environment, we will often feel like there's a lack of direction. And then when we try to articulate the fact that we feel a little lost, the energy will say, well, you should do something about it, instead of saying, like, what can I do to clarify? Right? Like, what can I do to clarify? Like, and I feel like that's why I would spend a lot of time right now making sure that you're putting some of that invested effort in terms, like, I feel like your only job right now should be writing down your manifestation goals. At least like 5 minutes a day. This is why it's important to be able to write them down, because the ability for you to write down those manifestation goals are going to help you when you start feeling lost. And if you're not receiving those manifestation goals from another person, then they're your responsibility to make. And if another person can't energetically share them with you, then that's not something that you're breaking, is what I keep on hearing. If you have clear manifestation goals and another person isn't being clear upon what theirs are, that's not you breaking something. That's not you the one breaking something. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed today, but if you'd like to be on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for. You'll also have an additional card. You'll also have first privilege if you get on today, which means you'll be read for before we start the daily collective tomorrow. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Yeah, I know, it's funny. She was acting completely different, you know? And I almost feel like she was embodying the pet spirit that was next to the person I was reading for, because she was almost giving off a lot of dog energy. Like she almost seemed to be chirping like a dog and being like, where are we going? Like, what's the plan? Right? Like I felt like Strega was coming over embodying a pet energy and being like where are we going? Like what's the next step? Yeah. Absolutely. Thank you for confirmation. It's my 444 tap to claim, Julia. Navigating. Thank you for also receiving, Nina. I've had too much moving for my soul lately. Created positive change in some ways and negative in others. Listen, I don't want you to think about it from the perspective of positive or negative. I want you to just build into the present, right? You're exactly where you need to be, right? And if you're exactly where you need to be, where like is this, if it's not, like letting that kind of help you to attend to the direction, like building into where, like what the next step is or what the energetic ideal is as it relates to finding that point of energetic harmony. Yeah, I just walk around. Oh, thank you, Julia. That's so nice to know that I'm accompanying you. I'm so glad to hear that that's the case, Nina. Excellent. I wrote a lot today. I'm trying to internalize literally where the statements belong. Thank you. Love and happiness, Nina. Am I viewing my partner in the right light? I mean, I feel like everything I'm seeing here, like I feel like a lot of that mind, body, spirit it's like I keep on seeing, like let that conversation guide it forth, right? Like I keep on hearing the space by which I keep on hearing the perception is based upon and built upon the energetic plan, right? And making sure that that plan is clear between you both. Yeah, I see that. But I feel like you're doing a lot of healing in that modality. It's fine. I don't want you to think about it about realistic or bent. You know, that's the thing I want to point out. The ability to identify, like that's what I mean about PL, like I just keep on saying PLAN, which says as long as there's a clear plan, then there's nothing bent about it. Yeah, I truly feel unrealistically abandoned. But that's important, right? Like the being able to understand if that abandonment is something that there is a resolution point on, if there's something that would make you feel not in that state. Absolutely. And thank you guys so much for supporting each other in these lives. I know that some of these readings can be very heavy. Oh, excellent. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Julia. And for those who are sticking around for one card readings for super fans, we've got 2 more readings today before the list, before we get to super fan readings. And those who are joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, your paid membership there will also entitle you to a free 1 card. So we've got about 20 minutes before we get started on that. Excellent. Hi, dear. Can you let me know if we're doing a general or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And while we wait for Julia's question, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well done, Bridget. Where's Nikki? All right, let's get to it. And I'm going to pin up. Yep, we can definitely do that. It was, I've been describing it as an aura reading. Okay. Can I please get 4 cards for Julia? Mm-hmm. How do I describe this? So I feel like you've often had to navigate a lot of situations where you were unfairly treated. I would be very curious about where your Venus placement is. um, and because like and I want to just like the way I want to describe it is um, I feel like there's something important that I feel like you often have to navigate as it relates to bringing out the insecurity in others. And this is like this is one of the most this is one of the most difficult things um, to energetically navigate, because often the way you can, and the hard part is, and the way you can usually tell that you're bringing out an insecurity in another is that they just stop talking to you. And it's the most traumatizing situation because you won't get any explanation, right? You will never get an explanation when somebody says, like, I wish there was a case by which you said, like, I wish we lived in a world where somebody said, what happened? And someone says, I'm insecure by you, right? Like, I wish we lived in a world that would be that simple for someone to articulate the fact that they say, like, I really like you, but you make me feel insecure about myself. And that has nothing to do with you and everything to do with me, right? Oh, what a greater place the world would be if we could just articulate to each other how we feel, right? Like if we just articulate to each other the fact that that it's that energetically simple. What I just said is literally impossible. You'll never hear anyone say that. But you'll experience it. You'll feel it when it's happening. You'll have the sneaking suspicion, right? And unfortunately, sometimes the only thing you have to show for it is the sneaky suspicion. Because it creates like, and I want to describe it like, and this is why we talk about the fact that like insecurity forms a very unique type of vortex, right? Because insecurity, and this is why we talk about doing our shadow work around insecurity, because the minute that you see the insecurity, you close the vortex, right? The minute you articulate and say, yeah, it's not my strong suit. Look how easy it was. You know, like oh good, like oh good, like we repaired it. But like what happens when we aren't able to articulate upon our insecurity is it becomes a vortex, because we go everywhere possible instead of the place by which we experience it. And the giant hole, right? The giant hole that's left in our life in the form of a person that makes us feel energetically insecure, like shows everyone else all that they need to know. And so I wouldn't be surprised, right? I would not be surprised if there's a lot of situations, and I want to point this out, situations by which another person had literally no reason or cause to go after you, or any reason or cause to be disrupted by you. But the fact by which, right? The fact by which, right? They effectively, I keep wondering, the space by which they almost effectively feel like they're intentionally working to keep you energetically out of something, that makes it clear to everybody around that person how insecure they feel beside you. And the hard part about that is when energy's seeing that, it's like watching a vehicular accident in progress, because there's no way to articulate, like articulating it doesn't energetically fix it. If you're lucky, right? If you've got a good friend, right? If you've got a really, really good friend, they will talk to someone about it, right? And usually the sound of them talking to somebody would be like, you're being very unfair to that person for no reason. Do you want to expand upon it? Right? Because it's the space by which you try to say, did that person really traumatize you, or are you that insecure? Right? It's one of those, it's a destabilizing conversation, because to have the conversation risks the friendship. Right? You got to have a really good friend to do it, and you got to be a really good friend to receive it. You don't get too many of those. And I'm not saying, and the funny part about it is, I'm not saying that about you. I'm saying that about the shape of some of the conversations that potentially have happened around you. And the way that you'll usually notice this, and I know it's hard, but the way that you usually notice this is the space by which you're constantly being, like the sound you will hear as you're experiencing it is, what did I do? And another person says, absolutely nothing. Right? And they will look at you with the most profound sympathy, because they understand exactly the fact that you are potentially creating insecurity in another just by the space by which you energetically exist. It's not easy. It's really painful. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, like there you go, right? There's no fixing it. And that's why I often I often articulate this as it's like a strong Venus can sometimes be a Venus in detriment for this reason, right? Because of a strong a strong Venus in detriment can often be energy that's constantly saying, stop drawing so much attention to yourself, and you being like, I'm literally not doing anything. Stop making such stop, like you're doing something the way everyone else does, but you can tell the fact that something's wrong and somebody's obsessed with you because you're not doing anything but existing. And somebody says, can you stop doing that? And being like, what? The thing everybody else is doing, but you're only articulating that I'm the one that you're staring at as I'm doing it, which shows another person's unhealthy energetic fixation, right? The modality by which you sometimes have to work through the complex that another person has, that articulates the fact that the way that you usually see this is because you notice the fact that it feels energetically directed towards you, right? The unhealthy fixation that another has in another person, making them insecure, that is articulated by someone doing something that is almost similar to breathing, right? Doing something the way every single other person is doing it, but yet that person points to them and says you, right? Always the one being called out for it. So it can often feel very destabilizing for energy that experiences that, because it almost creates the feeling of feeling inherently wrong in the modality by which your energy is just very captivating. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed, but if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll have first priority, which means you'll be read for it before we start the daily collective. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Hi there, Masrika. If I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, just let me know and I'll do my best to, and I appreciate it. I appreciate that. Thank you as well. Capricorn, Venus, that'll do it. Thank you for confirming. Mm-hmm. Mic drop. Yeah. No, Nikki. No. Absolutely. Hey. I'm taking some notes for you as well. Hold on a minute. Okay. Excellent. Okay. So this is your book, Julia. Okay. Thank you, dear. Excellent. You did miss your frog. It's all right. The frog will come back. No, you snooze, you lose. Bridget got it though. I was gonna say frog 2 guesses ago. I'd like Nikki. I'll take it. I appreciate it. You never do it, so I'll allow it with Donna because Donna doesn't use it every time. He eludes me. Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was that. That's what you heard. It truly will be. Everything will work itself out. Maybe not, but how you like it, but always. Beautifully stated. I literally just said that out loud to myself. Capricorn, Venus. Amen to that. Thank you as well for receiving this message, Nina and Julia. Thank you, Erin, for subscribing over on the stack. Excellent. Yeah, the duo, again, this is terrible. No one should ever feel that way around me. Oh, so I know, but this is sometimes that like when we experience that, it's not that we can do something about it. Sometimes the space by which we recognize it's occurring helps us to be able to move beyond it. Yeah, so you recognized it, right? I mean, the fact that it's in Capricorn is potentially the fact that you caught on sooner rather than others that take, like sometimes it takes decades. Sometimes it takes decades to recognize it. So experiencing that in Capricorn, like if the sooner you realize it, the sooner you can start to heal it. Yeah, and as soon as they're torn down, they say, "Oh, you're not the same." Exactly. Yeah, and they're like, "Oh, oh, oh." Yeah, exactly. Thank you guys for supporting each other in these reads. Yeah, yeah. Then they go, "What happened to you? Used to be so confident," right? Absolutely. Thank you, Esteban. Good to see you, dear. Viva, thank you for those stars. Yeah. Oh, so you've had some friends do that for you. They've called them out on it. I keep wondering, that's a good friend right there. Because usually when you call someone out on it, it is like a relationship. It can be a relationship ending event, right? It's like I'm telling you this because you need to hear it kind of energy. You never know how someone's going to take it. Yeah. Oh, and that's the thing. But you understood, and you don't do that anymore. But that's the fact that you recognize you're not doing it is how you're healing from it. What's up, Strays? I mean, ideally this is why we work on our healing journeys, right? So that we can live in a world where we can live and let live and treat each other with mutual respect, right? We have to have hope for that. Oh, you're just all up in the place today. So, all right, Strega wants to be here for Nikki's reading, clearly. Excellent. Every single time. Yep. Hold on a minute. Yeah. You're so welcome. Thank you for also connecting that reading, Nina. I have no other choice. Yeah, you like once you realize it, you realize that you can't let it diminish you, right? It's just something that you have to actively work through, right? And I keep on hearing you understand healthy energy won't do that to you, right? Sandra, thank you for reposting. Yeah, there you go. I mean, I think it's more just that you have to navigate the fact that they're typically in pain, right? And healthy energy recognizes when something's painful. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Hi there, Angeli, welcome. Hello, Kitty. Hi there, Donnies. I mean, I don't think that they're necessarily different. I mean, I feel like I mentioned we're doing, it seems like there's a lot of aura work happening today. All right, the next person we're reading for today, speaking of readings, is Nikki. And for anybody who's remaining to have a one-card superfan or subscriber reading, we're going to be getting to those after this reading. You can still get on the list, but the list is closed today. So if you get on the list today, you'll have first privilege tomorrow, which means you'll be read for before we start the daily collective. Yeah, and the pain in them is what had me sick around them. Yeah, but that's it. But longer than. But it's not your responsibility for them to heal that pain, right? You know that. I was like, oh, I see what hurt you, and you act the way you do. Yeah. Oh, I hope you have a great time. Wishing you so much luck on that. Excellent. All right, Nikki, can you let me know if we're doing a general? She's still here. No, I'm busy right now. Can you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? What do you want, dear? Okay, you're just all up in the reads today, huh? Yeah? Okay. Awesome. All right. Ow, no snips. Be nice. Okay. All right, before we continue though, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10. Thank you, Strega. Yes, great. 10, 9. I know. It's funny because every time she comes up to me for these reads, she has a completely different mood. Like the first one, she was very awkward. The second one, she was very much like not in her element. Like she was just different. And now look at her. Now she's all lovey-dovey. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ooh, close, Dada. Fire dragon. Oh, nice, Yaz. All right. What are we reading for today? I want to do a Bridget. Is it Bridget? The Bridget reading. I like that you're calling it the Bridget reading. She is. She's acting really cute right now. But also nipping, which we have to pay attention to. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I get it. I get it. Yep. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, I know. Yes. Oh my gosh, really? Yeah. You know it's. This is ridiculous. This is absurd. Yes, thank you. Are you comfortable? Okay, good. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Mm-hmm. Here's the thing. This is the thing about it. And it's such a Leo reading, right? And it has to do with the fact that when you're upset by someone, your friends will defend that upsetness with a fervor. Like I see energy, like, and I'll describe this, like when you're upset, your friends will defend your upsetness without a question. Because, and I just want to point this, they see how much you desire to be energetically affectionate like this is such a Leo tendency, right? And you'll often see this with energy that knows Leos, right? Right, because you'll see this every single time with someone who truly knows Leo. You can write a song about it, you can write a book about it. Let's talk about the story of someone that says the Leo hurt me for no reason. Right? Let's sing the song. Let's all sing the tale. Right? Let's all sing the tale. The Leo hurt me for no reason. Right? And what does every single energy that has ever encountered that Leo say? That's not possible. That's it. And here's the thing about it. This is why, right? This is why when you've got a Leo in your life like this, then you see, like, witness the audacity, right? Witness the audacity of a bunch of people coming to the rescue of a Leo because they know the Leo's integrity, right? Like it is like Leo's, like go get a Leo, be mean, right? Like, not to say that there aren't some rare cases. Like it's not the fact that there aren't some like deeply, deeply, deeply hurt Leos out there who close their heart space and then they become cutthroat. Like that is something that can happen. But the modality by which, right? And I like to point this out, you have to think about the sun, right? The sun hurt me, right? What? The sun hurt me. Like the sun hurt you? What were you doing? Like, what were you doing? Like, what did you, like, it's the understanding, right? It's working into the context, right? It's working into the context that there are often, I like to point out, there's often a lot of energy that hurt themselves on a Leo. And I know, I know that sounds, if you are a Leo, you understand, which is the energy that hurts themselves on the Leo, which is the modality by which another person, right, feels the space by which they want more of the Leo, right? And so this is why I feel like there's a lot of energy that you've got some friends around you that would defend you to the hilt. I see this energy, and this is what I mean. This is a type of energy by which another person were to say, right? Like, oh, they hit me. And another person being like, well, I guess I'm going to have to hit you too, because what did you do? Right? Like, it's like the energy that goes, they hurt me, being like, oh, hold on. I got to go. Where's my, like literally someone being like, they did. Really? No, that's fine. That's fine. No, that's all I needed to know. No, what am I doing? Nothing. I just got to take these rings off for a second. Right? It's that type of, I just want, like, it's the observation of understanding, right? It's the understanding of understanding the energy that, like, again, even Strega's finally settled down, right? That if you had your desire, you would be giving everybody a hug at every moment, right? Like you probably be outside trying to bring every stray that you see inside, being like, no, look, I found, like, look what I found. And somebody being like, put that back, put that back. Like the modality by which you would like to give everything affection calibrates immediately for the modalities by which when another person tries to have the audacity of saying that you intentionally hurt them, right? And I got to point this out. It's not to say that you haven't lost friends in another person's lie, right? It's not to say that you haven't lost friends in another person's lie, but this is why they can never get back to you again. And I feel like a lot of that, like, that's the energy. Like, I keep on hearing some energy that often talks to someone who's upset that they're no longer in your life, and they literally say back to them, you are why you'll never see them again. You are why. It's very rare to hear somebody say that, like literally energy that articulates and says, you are why you'll never see them again. You are why. And the modality by which another person has I literally hear somebody who has articulated that to another in the space by which, I keep on hearing, in the space by which another person tried to create a space by which you would come towards them, right? And I keep on seeing this too, like the space by which another, and here's the thing about it, unhealthy energy, like this is why unhealthy energy will often be detrimentally disrupted by a Leo, because the modality by which an energy will hurt themselves upon the Leo is the modality by which another person tries to throw a trauma that they try to throw upon another person onto the Leo. But it's not the fact that the Leo won't tolerate it. It's the fact that the energy around them can see exactly what's occurring. And so I feel like that, and this is what I keep on seeing, right? Like, and I just want to show you this, like, and I'll just show you these cards, right? Like this is the context by which everybody who has known you feels you, right? Like this is the energy by which another person realizes, if you could, like this is the energy that says, oh, that person, you mean that person I know, that if I told them that I was a little cold, they would try to rip their heart out of their own chest to warm me, right? Like that person, like that person being like, oh, that person who if I told them that I needed a little bit of a heart. They would try to cut their heart in two to give me a little bit of their heart to keep me warm. That person that I know so well, that person hurt you. That person hurt you. That person hurt you. Is that what you're saying? That person hurt you? I literally see energy, like I see energy that effectively laughs, right? I see energy by which I don't even think they've told you about it. I literally see, I wouldn't be surprised if you had situations by which you stopped talking to someone and then you notice others around you stop talking to them too, right? Because that's the energy that I literally say. Like I literally see the energy that as soon as they try to bring that story to them, it sealed it. Right? It's like, it's the energy that said, I can see the energy being like, I literally see the energy being like, I bet you thought you could get away with it. Like it's giving me some of, I can see being like, I bet you thought you could get away with it. Right? Like I can hear somebody saying that on your behalf. I bet you thought you could get away with it. Right? And that's why I keep on hearing them say, but you messed with the wrong person. Because you just messed with too good to be true. Right? I keep on hearing somebody say, it would have worked on someone else. But it worked on you did it to you, but you're too good to be true. And so I literally, like, I feel like there's a lot of energy that I need to describe this, like in the modality. And I know you didn't intend to have it happen. There's nothing you can do in these situations. But in the space by which another person tried to hurt you, and they burned themselves in the process, right? The modality by which they tried, ignoring, they tried to throw shade on you, and they experience the conflagration. Because it's, I keep on getting this, like this is the work, like the space by which others, like this is the gift of having energetic integrity, which is the modality by which, and I keep on seeing, it's not that you try to do so, but it's just who you are. And I feel like it's hard though, because I wouldn't be surprised if you sometimes have had, like I said, you've experienced moments where somebody's tried to explain to you. Like I wouldn't be surprised if you've had to have someone explain to you why somebody energetically hurt you. And I can literally see you saying, like, but I can see you saying to someone, but I didn't do anything to them. But it doesn't, like, and I keep on getting, like, when somebody is in pain, they don't need a reason to perform their trauma. Right? Like that's the hardest part about it. Like sometimes those experiences by which, like, trauma doesn't look inwards. Trauma is always trying to look for something to project their anger upon. So I almost see those situations by which, I feel like your only tendency is potentially sticking around situations too long, hoping, like I can see you saying, like trying to hope to fix something, failing to understand that you can give someone a heart, but you can't fix someone's heart, right? And if somebody's heart refuses to be fixed, it doesn't matter how much of your heart you give them, right? Because they're just going to demand more, and then at the same time deplore you for not giving you all of it. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings. The list is now completed and closed for the day, but if you want to get on the list for tomorrow, you will have first privilege, which means you'll be read for before we start the daily collective. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. We're also at 100K, so we'll be doing another giveaway before we get started on one card, so please hold before you start putting your one cards in so we can do the 100K giveaway. Yeah, a hug will heal it. Yeah, just let me hug him. No, you can't hug that one. But what if I try? Yeah, absolutely. I'll take it. Yeah, cute but nippy. Exactly. That's exactly how she was acting. Yeah, my girl just said, I want to see the same time. Oh, and you said she's 6. Oh, that's so cute. A hug will heal it. Yep. I love it. Yep. Leo's, I do. Yep. Leos are like, I love you all, but watch your mouth. Exactly. Yeah, the sad, sad song. Exactly. Female Leos. I think because my mom's a Leo. Prove it. Yeah, the world's tiniest violin. My mom's a Leo, and I'm 100% sure her reason for hurting. Oh, I'm sending you so much support on that journey, Shetty. I will point out, there are experiences by which when a Leo's, if a Leo has been abused enough, they close their heart, and it's like there's nothing sadder, like there's nothing worse than a Leo that has closed up their heart space, right? But often it's like often that you have to hold sympathy for the amount of trauma that the Leo endured that drove them to that, because it's literally the last thing a Leo ever wants to do, you know? Yeah. Oh, you watch it all the time. I love that, Viva. Absolutely. I have two best friends that would defend me to the ends of the earth. Me next, exactly. Yeah, hold my earrings. Yeah, 50 shades. Yeah, 50 she is. She really has been like, she's been just like, she's been like, she's like, now I'm going to do this. Now I'm going to do that. I get it. No, I understand, Viva. This is true. Yeah, that friend, I just want to talk to them. So true. Right. I feel like I've been misperceived. Yeah, especially with the Leo being a fixed sign. We give the benefit of the doubt until we see incongruent. Like, yeah, and that's the thing about like this is why Leos will grieve people that are not on, like, that are still walking this earth, right? Because the Leo will be like, yeah, I miss them, but why aren't they here? Because I saw something in them I couldn't unsee. You know, like it's awful. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, and that's why innocent until proven guilty. They like they make sure, like Leos will stick around to make sure the deficit is not them. People need to accept that when someone leaves their life, stop holding on when they walk away. Beautifully stated. I agree, Cato. Yeah, even when I was a kid, my report card said I would always go to talk to the lonely kid in the class. Oh my God. I see it. Yeah, absolutely. I love my lions. Thank you, Viva. Yep. Mm-hmm. And that'll do it. Yep. Yep. Yeah, that's my vibe. Too good to be humbled. I like that vibe, Daba. Dada. Tap to claim. Yeah, walking away with integrity. I wish I did. No, it's okay though. But your tears indicate the fact that it was important to you. You have nothing. Don't never apologize for your tears. Your tears mean that it meant everything to you. Yeah, it's so true. I've been a fixer in the past. Yeah. Thank you as well, Julia, for receiving this message. And user 698, thank you for the follow. I tried to fix that person, but here's the thing about it, right? So, like, it's not your responsibility to fix others if they're not capable, if they don't want to fix themselves in the same way. I just want to talk to them. I'm sure they slandered, but everyone knew. But that's the thing I keep, like, it's the slander that seals it. Yeah. Ooh, sounds like a nice way of sitting right now. I'm glad that you're having that moment. I can't do that anymore. I did in trauma spaces. I won't again. I'm glad to hear that, dear. All right, friends, we're going to do the 100K giveaway, and then we're going to do the one card readings for super fans. If you would like to be eligible for a one card reading, just hit that orange arrow. If you're joining us over on the clock app, if you're joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, your paid membership will entitle you to a one card reading as well. All right, but before we do so, you're so welcome, dear, and thank you for having that reading with me. I am thinking of a number right now between 1 and 26. First person, thank you for that gift. First person I see that posts the number will get the reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Good job. You got it. Thank you. We will do that again once we get to 150K. So make sure you're continuing to tap that screen. We'll get to 150K in no time. In the meantime, we're going to get started on one card readings for subscribers and super fans. If you are a paid member on the place where we keep the videos, you can ask your question. If you are a super fan over on the clock app, you can do so too. And if you would like an animal spirit guide card on top of your one card, please recharge your heart me. One card on career, please, for Bridget. I feel like you're going through an expansion process, but sometimes we have to sit still to expand. Right? Sometimes in stillness we find expansion because we conserve our energy to take that leap forward. is what I keep on getting. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, right. Don't move faster, move slower, move more securely. Ava, one card on Claire's, please. Past people's energy, even though we haven't spoken in months. Yeah, but I feel like you're getting better at discerning between your energy and others. This used to make you feel like stir crazy. Like you're starting to understand whose stir is this, right? Yeah, I keep on hearing the way you can usually tell is if you feel, right? If this is why it's important to know thyself. This is why we talk about the importance of knowing thyself. Because when we know what our feelings are, we're like, whose feeling is this, right? Especially if it doesn't feel energetically incongruous, especially with the bull, right? Like the ability to recognize the foreignness of a feeling that you know that you yourself aren't feeling, that helps you be able to delineate between your feelings and the feelings of others. Sometimes those energies have a lot of strong pull on us, right? Especially if someone's thinking about us a lot. It can feel sometimes overwhelming. I had that in my head a while ago. Oh, I'm so glad, dear. Excellent. Congratulations. Hold on a moment. Avatar. Avatar, you won the highest gifter. Where you been? Do you want to hold on to that? Okay. Angelic guidance navigating. Ooh, there and back. Just surrender to it. Which says, like, don't let yourself get hot-headed. If you get hot-headed, it'll slow down even more, right? Everybody's going through it, right? What are we doing? You have to. I keep wondering. You got to think of it like a pilgrimage, which is like, do you need help? Like helping each other get somewhere is what I keep on hearing. It's pilgrimage energy. You gotta think of it as a pilgrimage, which says like, is there anything you need, or bringing extra for others, right? Like the ability to just understand that everybody is experiencing it with you. It's not happening to you, it's happening around you, is what I keep on getting. You've got like, I've got an angelic around you for that. I'll write down, I think you know who the angelic is, but I'll write them down. Yeah, it felt very strongly like that. Yeah. Random acts of kindness is what I'm hearing. One card, highest, please, for Ella. Two cards coming through. You have a right to be upset about something. And the way you can tell is like, let your lips do the talking, right? Like if something feels unreasonable, ask the question as to what feels conceivable. Like why can't it just be like this, right? Like let let the logical answer steer the ship, which is to say that doesn't make any sense, is a powerful spell of protection. It's a powerful prayer of protection to be like, that just doesn't make any sense, right? Like that's all you need to say. Like being like, that doesn't that helps you see the difference between a trauma environment versus a logic space. One card, highest and best for Julia. You got two coming through. You're doing a lot of inner child healing right now. You're becoming the person that would have protected the inner child, right? Not just for yourself, but for some of the energy around you. That's a lot of wand energy, right? Yeah, the hind. You're allowed to hold yourself preciously, and you're allowed to help another person remember that they should hold themselves preciously too, right? It's not about being okay with things. It's about finding it's about finding surroundings that are energetically supportive of us, is what I keep on saying. You're not going to miss anything that's for you. Do you have an advice on how to quiet it? Oh, yeah, you have to, like, I'd say the best thing you can do in experiencing like that, Ava, is like, I hope you find healing, right? Like pour blessings on it, which is the space where you say, I hope they find what they were energetically seeking, right? It's not yours. It's not yours to deliver to them. It's yours to wish for them. Esteban, one card, highest priority, please. I got you, dear. Whoa. What's going on, Esteban? Hold on a minute. Oh my God, the card's standing up. Hold on a minute. Esteban, what's going on? Do you need a reading? Come on, man. I can't even reach this card. It's like, it's in like the most impossible space. Oh my God. Yeah, it's not that far from you. I know it feels impossible. It's not that far, right? The perception's an illusion. You're not that far from your mark. You just have to be patient right now. Don't get frustrated. Get focused. Animal, spirit guide, air dragon. Don't let your feelings get in the way of progress, okay? Channel it into something positive and productive. You're welcome. Laurel, one card on Adam. Are we past life friends? It feels like a misconnection in a past life. It feels like somebody you may have potentially known in passing. Yeah, right? Like it feels to me like that there was some kind of, I feel like there was some kind of barrier between you and them at the time. Like I feel like it actually is giving me like a little bit of like in another world. Like there was some kind of irreconcilable difference between you that wouldn't allow you to be able to get to know each other better, you know? Yeah, this is not the case in this life. It says to me, you've come here to effectively explore a connection by which there isn't an irreconcilable difference that had nothing to do with you standing between you. One card for Nikki on the person that reading talked about. Usually, I mean, it feels like somebody who thinks about you constantly. And I feel like I literally keep on seeing, like, I need to point this out. It's a really sad state of affairs when someone says that person was too good for me. Right? Like I feel like I see someone that wouldn't admit it, you know? Like what's the quality and condition, right? What's the quality and condition of our experience when we're doing something by which we see another person and say, they were too good for me, right? Yeah. Like I feel like there's somebody who's like, it wasn't lost on them. It wasn't meaningless. I feel like it wasn't meaningless because you didn't fight with them about it, right? Like I feel like your ability to accept and like I feel like there's some kind of turn the other cheek energy there that helps somebody see like the full, like I keep on hearing like the full weight of how insensitive they had become. Yep. It's my, what was it from Let It Go, for my physical. I can't read on medical. But in terms of energy at the same day, I feel like it's some kind of feeling of relief on terms of like, I feel like you have anxiety as it relates to, I feel like the anxiety of getting things like overcoming obstacles, right? I often see this with energy that has a tendency of procrastinating, right? The anxiety that is immediately healed in the doing is what I keep on seeing. So just kind of hold on to that, because I feel like there's something about, situations by which you build. You feel the energy that others bring into places. So sometimes being in some spaces where others experience or receive anxious news can make you feel anxiety induced. Doesn't mean that something anxious is going to happen to you there. That fits. Thank you. Excellent. Hold on a minute. You're welcome, Ella. Hold on a moment. Thank you as well, Avatar. Okay, if you want to, that's okay. I can put you, listen, Avatar, if you want, I can put you on the list for tomorrow and you'll have first privilege. Okay. Absolutely. When am I coming? I'll be back on tomorrow at our usual time. So 7:15 a.m. PST, 10:15 a.m. Eastern. I do. Thank you for confirmation. Thank you for receiving this message, Chris. Right there. Thank you as well for supporting each other. It's not yours to deliver for them. It's to wish for them. Beautifully said. Tap to claim. One card on Braden, please, for Ruby. I feel like that's somebody who's trying to bring some kind of more truth into their experience. You know? Yeah, I feel like I see somebody who's trying to find more confidence and being able to articulate upon how they feel. Yeah, I keep on getting like the swan energy. It almost feels like somebody who's recognizing the value and power and being more honest about things, but it's not easy, right? Like it feels like somebody actively trying to do better, especially as it relates to being honest about things. I just keep on hearing honesty, honesty, honesty. Yeah, I feel like they may have experienced someone not being honest with them that is bringing them to a deeper space of just of recognizing how important honesty is. Yep. Excellent. I had a friend that I had to let go of because of how brutal they treated me. Oh my gosh, sending you support, Julia. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Sounds about right. They did actually say I was too good for them. Oh, so they literally said that. They weren't, I keep wondering, they weren't being euphemistic. They were being literal. One day she just said nasty things. Oh my gosh, Julia, sending you support. Thank you. It's mine. And I was like, I cannot be a part of this next chapter of your life. Sending you support. It's hard to have that conversation, Julia. Excellent. Oh, we've got a whole section in the disco for information on that, but thank you for that advice. Excellent. And Lisa, one card for the next 3 days, please. Excellent. 3 of Swords in its reversal. I feel like there's something about the next 3 days that feels profoundly healing. You know? Yeah, because I feel like are you taking yourself on a trip? It feels like you doing something for yourself, like something that you're just doing, like something, like it says like this one's for me kind of energy, you know? Yeah, especially with the Wren. You know, I almost see you doing something on your own, but allows you to feel more energetically connected to yourself in some fashion. So I feel like you're leaving it with some kind of profound personal insight. You know, I keep wondering, have the day you're having, not the day that you're expecting. You're welcome, dear. Oh, hold on a minute. I mean, I think that that's very true, Chris. I mean, when we're in the space by which, again, healthy relationship and in context shouldn't feel like we're dragging each other to it. It should feel like we're energetically aligned in relationality to what those manifestation goals are. It's funny because we hear that and then we're like, no, but they were right. Yeah, thank you. Absolutely. Thank you as well, Julia. Oh, Venus conjunct Chiron. Yeah, I understand, Lisa. Yeah, because they think they're being euphemistic, but no, I love that. You're so welcome. All right, my friends, final call for any of my super fans. How are you doing today, Pasta? Absolutely. Oh, thank you. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages and wishing it right back to you as well. Excellent. Just a reminder, final call for any of my super fans who have not had a card pulled tonight. If you became a super fan today, welcome. I would encourage you to message me directly from this live. If you message me a disco gift and you are a super fan, I will send you an invite to our super fan only disco channel. You can introduce yourself to the collective there. You'll also find in the perks section a special coupon code for our next tarot class subscription program. Our next class is going to be held on Thursday, April 16th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We're going to continue our studies into the tarot with a focus on the court cards in the wand suit. If you would like to get on the list tonight or up until the time that I go live tomorrow, you will have first privilege in being read for tomorrow, which means you'll be read for before we start the daily collective. And I want to thank you guys so much. Just reading over. Have a beautiful evening, Bridget. Absolutely. Absolutely. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here this evening and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me, and the biggest thank you to my mods. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful evening. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another, and we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.